Trinity Keijer is suing her ex-boyfriend, 24-year-old climate control installer Michael Hunter, for an unpaid loan to move into a sober living house. Michael says he paid back the loan by doing chores.
Order. All rise. Your Honor, this is case number 7 on the calendar in the matter of Keijer versus Hunter.
Thank you.
Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Keijer, according to your complaint, while you were in a relationship with the defendant, you made a loan to him, a couple of $100s.
Yes.
When did you make him this loan and what for?
On January 30th, I received my income tax return. And he was at my house. He had gotten kicked out of his residential drug facility. And after a week of being at my house, he had the option from his parole officer to either go back to the treatment facility or go into clean and sober living. And so he asked me to borrow the $200.
Well, what's the difference between a drug program and the clean and sober living?
He had more freedom in Pancho Villa than he would in the residential treatment facility.
What were you on parole for?
Residential burglary.
What was the condition of your parole?
That I'd have to stay in either a residential treatment program or a sober living home.
So why didn't you stay in the residential drug program?
Because I got kicked out of the residential
Why?
program. For sneaking out to see her.
And for drinking. Don't let him tell you that. It's for drinking also.
No, Your Honor. That's a lie right there. You can call the program and ask. No, I've never given a dirty test since I've been out of prison.
They don't give urine tests for alcohol.
Yes, they do, ma'am. You can call my parole officer and ask him. I cannot drink or be around alcohol, and they test me for alcohol at the parole office and at the program.
Mike, that's why you were drunk at my house moving me.
Okay, did she give you $200?
Yes, Your Honor. She offered me $200.
Okay, tell me about the $200. You wanted to go into this.
Offered? I have 2 kids.
Listen to me. When I look in your direction, that's when you talk.
All right.
And I'm looking in his direction. Now tell me under what circumstances you say she gave you the $200.
She gave me the $200 knowing that I just got out of prison.
Don't tell me what knowing. I don't want to hear knowing.
Okay,
What did you say to her? What did she say to you? You said to her, I need $200 in order to go into this other program, and I don't have it.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. And she said to you?
She said to me that you can borrow the $200, but I would have to help her pay it back. She knew that I did not have a job.
Just don't tell me what she knew.
Okay.
She said you would help her pay it back. Pay it back to whom?
Pay it back to her.
Now, all right, let's make this simple, Mr. Hunter. She said that you could borrow the money, but that you would have to pay it back.
Most definitely.
Am I looking in your direction?
Am
I looking in your direction?
No.
Don't speak unless I look in your direction. She said you could borrow the money.
Correct.
And you would have to pay it back.
Not correct.
That's what you just told me.
I have to pay it back, but not in cash. I was to help her move, watch her kids, pick her kids up at school several times, which I did, take her friend, which is over there to Fairfield, to see a friend of hers that's in the county jail, fix her car, and that pretty much cleared up all the money issue.
When did you help her move?
I forget the exact date that she moved. You remember the exact date?
No, don't ask her any questions.
Okay.
If I want to know from her, I'd ask her.
I forget the exact date.
Before or after she gave you the $200?
This was before she moved.
Just a second. Listen to me very carefully, because I know that you have a little trouble understanding, sir. Did you help her move before or after she gave you the $200?
I just answered your question the same way.
That she moved before?
She gave me the money before I helped her move. That's exactly what I said. She gave me the money, and then I helped her move.
When did you go into this new program?
After she moved. I don't have the exact date, Your Honor.
I know the exact date.
Give me the date.
Here, I cashed my check on my income tax check on 1/30/01. That is the day that he moved into Pancho Villa. I moved on February 2nd. That was not the agreement.
Just a second. What date did he move into the facility?
January 30th.
The same day that you gave him the money?
I took him there.
So you were living in the program on the day she moved?
No, at the program that I was at, I didn't have to stay there every day. I can go out, come and go pretty much as I want.
Did he help you move?
Yes, he did help me move.
Okay, tell me what he did.
He helped take 2 loads of stuff to my house.
Okay, what else did you do for her?
I put all of her kids' beds together, picked her kids up from school. She actually had put my name down at her kids' school as a person to be able to pick up her kids in emergency.
Okay.
Yeah.
And picked up her kids several times. And also took her friend down to Fairfield. The lady sitting over there took her friend down to Fairfield to the county jail to see her friend.
He's lying.
Okay. What did I tell you?
Okay.
There was a period of time when you lived with the plaintiff, is that right?
Correct.
When was that?
That was in the month of January.
The entire month of January?
No.
I'm going to throw you out. Do you understand?
All right.
Next time, we're not talking about a lot of money. It would be very easy for me to just to say goodbye to you. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
During the entire month of January?
No, only about a week and a half to 2 weeks.
Let's say 2 weeks. And you slept there?
Correct.
You ate there?
Actually, I had some money of my own. I still have my gate money from when I left school. I went and bought my own food.
How much money?
They gave me $200 gate money.
You mean when they threw you out of the program, they gave you
No,
$200?
when they kicked me out of prison.
They didn't kick you out of prison.
Yeah, I mean when I
You
got
wanted to
released from
stay?
prison. I'm sorry.
You wanted to stay in prison? Huh?
No.
You wanted to stay in prison?
No.
How much money did you give her towards rent in those 2 weeks?
During those 2 weeks, I helped her clean up around the house because I was buying my own food and buying food for them.
Answer my question, sir. I want the question answered. How much money did you give her towards rent when you were living there?
Nothing.
When you went to pick up her children on those couple of occasions, did you use her car?
Correct.
Did you ever use her car for your own personal business?
No, I did not.
Did he ever use your car for his own personal business?
Yes, he did.
Of course he did.
Yes, he did.
Where did he go?
He went to the parole officer.
Of course he did. He had to go in and check in periodically with the parole officer. And how did you get there, sir?
I would take the bus.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Oh, no.
I would hop on BART and take BART and then catch the 80
of
bus
course you did.
to Vallejo.
Are you telling me, sir, that you never took her car to go and visit your parole officer?
No, I did not. I got bus vouchers from my parole officer to use.
Really?
Yes.
Very interesting.
She wouldn't allow me to use her car for personal purposes.
Really? That doesn't sound like it was very generous of her.
Well, there's a lot of things that don't sound very generous
So
about
why
her.
didn't
You can
you,
call
what'd
my
you stay
parole
there
officer.
for 2 weeks for?
Well, as she says, the sex was good, pretty much, is why she let me stay there. And
Really?
it was. I was down 22 months, and I stayed there for the same reason.
Really? So you had it all stored up? Right, is that what you're telling me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Trinity Kiger says ex-boyfriend Michael Hunter owes her for an unpaid loan and the return of 2 CDs.
Not.
And also, can I be allowed to say something about her character? You
No,
can call
I
my
don't want to
parole
hear
officer.
anything about her character. I
Well,
hear
I
enough
believe
about your
I believe
character.
it's very important to deal with this case. Something that you can verify by calling my parole officer and find out.
I'll hear you.
Okay. The night that we broke up, she came down and had my old roommate let both of these 2 in. She came in and punched my new girlfriend in the nose, smacked me around 10 times. The only reason I didn't call the police and press charges is because she had threatened to say that I had beat her up, put bruises on her, and file a domestic violence case against me.
Now, this is very interesting. You're supposed to be in a
sober
clean
living
and
home.
sober program, and you're living with a new girlfriend.
No.
How did that come about?
My new girlfriend was over visiting
Visiting where?
at the sober living home.
Okay. When? Give me the date.
My parole officer would have the date because I went there
I'm
the very
asking
next
you
day.
the date.
I told her I don't have
How
the
much
exact date.
How much after she gave you the $200?
This was probably about a month and a half, 2 months.
Well, if she gave you the money, sir, sometime in, let's say, the end of January.
I believe
It had-
sometime in March.
Well, that's just a few weeks afterwards
No,
that you had a new
it's about,
girlfriend.
like I said,
4
about a month,
weeks,
a month and a
5
half.
weeks.
About,
Yeah.
I'd say about 6 weeks, 5 to 6 weeks.
And when did you get the new girlfriend? That she,
I started a job working at Walmart, and I found a woman there that was actually
Nicer to you.
treated me a lot better.
when did you start the job at Walmart?
I started it when I first got there to that program, so it was in February. I started that there.
And so you found somebody else right away.
No, like I said, it was about 5 to 6 weeks that I
You're
actually
a
started
sleazy
talking.
character. Pay her back a $200. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Thank
Parties
you.
are excused. You may step out.
When she came down and smacked me around in the face 10 times and hit my girlfriend in the nose, everything right then and there, any chances of me ever paying her back would have been out.
And he thought because he was, you know, having sex with me that was going to cure the problem, and it didn't.
And now the next case.
All parties on Mills versus Trelfa. Step forward, please.
23-year-old customer service rep Jason Mills is suing 38-year-old business owner Karen Trelfa for damage to his snowmobile resulting from a collision. Karen is countersuing for damage to her snowmobile, claiming the accident was Jason's fault.
Mr. Mills, you were on an outing and you were what is it called?
Snowmobiling.
Snowmobiling. and it is your claim that the defendant, who was also snowmobiling, had an accident and plowed into your snowmobile, which was in a stationary position.
Yes, Your Honor.
The defendant says that you and your party created a dangerous situation. She's an experienced snowmobiler, and she wants you to pay for the damage to her snowmobile. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So tell me when this happened.
Well, on February 11th, 2001, we had rented a snowmobile. We were sledding with four total sleds, 6 individuals on the sleds. We had stopped on the far right of the trail, off of the groomed path, onto the powder. I saw the defendant and her husband, whose sled was in front of hers, coming at us at a high rate of speed. Within a milliseconds of his passing through his powder, I saw the defendant's sled sliding toward us. She made impact with us. I was thrown from the sled, landed on my neck.
You were sitting on the sled.
I was standing directly next to my sled. I was the only person standing at the time. Everyone else was still sitting on their sleds facing forward. I was thrown up, landed on my neck. Anita was thrown from the sled and landed in a snowbank. The impact was severe enough to throw her boot from her body. If you look where the other sleds were parked, Mrs. Trolfa ended up toward the first and second sled. She made impact at the rear of our sled, slid down the trail. Now, immediately after, Mrs. Trolfa did come and immediately check to see if we were okay. Mr. Trolfa, of course, was worried about the condition of the sled.
What did he say?
Well, he acknowledged that her sled was pretty much trashed. Our sled, the damage was pretty severe. The frame itself was bent. I believe when you see the photographs, the frame on her sled is severely damaged. The top.
Do you have photographs?
Yes, I do. Would you like to see them?
Please.
That is her sled. This is my sled.
Is hers.
The red colored portion of her sled was actually detached upon impact. It's just laying on.
Step up, sir. When did you realize that your wife had been in an accident?
After coming to a stop, after avoiding these people, there was people in snowmobiles parked in the trail, and I had to actually go around them on the left, up on the berm off the groomed section to go around them, and that is where I came to a stop.
What was the reason, sir, that you stopped your snowmobile?
Because I realized that there was an accident waiting to happen, an accident in progress, and my wife was probably getting hurt.
Well, how could you tell there was an accident in progress?
I turned around.
Sit down, sir. Okay, let me hear your version of this accident.
We were traveling from this direction down the trail. When I came over the hill, I noticed 4 snowmobiles parked along the right-hand side. There were people on this side and people on this side of the trail. My husband went to the left, which is off the trail. This line.
You see stupid written here?
No, I don't, ma'am.
Then you explain to me what possible rationale there would be to park the snowmobiles on one side and then for the people to be standing on the other side, not near their snowmobiles. You explain that to me.
Well, it does not practice safe snowmobiling procedure.
No. Of course it wouldn't. It would practice somebody being
Your
on
Honor,
drugs.
Your
Leave
Honor,
their
I can help with
snowmobiles
this.
on one side. Now I could see if you put them near where their snowmobiles were and you say that they were on the trail. But why would somebody get off their snowmobile, leave it on one side of the road, and walk over to the other side of the road? Why would somebody do that?
I don't know why they chose to. I would assume that they were taking photographs.
But your husband made it.
Which,
your husband made it.
yes, he did. And when he went to this side, this person here ran across the front of the trail, which is where I was headed.
Go ahead.
I couldn't go right behind him. I would have been going too fast, and I would have ended up possibly hitting him because he was in some very deep snow and had stopped very quickly. So I had tried to get between this person and this snowmobile. He must have startled this person, and they ran across the trail. So I grabbed my handlebars and turned them sideways in order to turn my snowmobile so that I either flipped it before I got to this person or at least did not hit this person nose first and really throw them.
Your Honor, I don't know how she could claim that she saw people on the far left side of the trail, especially since I am the only person who was standing next to a sled at the time of impact.
Where were the other people?
They were still on their sleds.
According to your answer, you've been snowmobiling for 30 years. Is that right?
12 years.
12 years.
We do almost 3,000 miles a winter, so almost 30,000 miles.
And is this area that you were snowmobiling in well-traveled?
Yes.
A lot of people there?
Yes.
Sometimes experienced?
Yes.
Sometimes not?
Yes.
Their bikes were stationary when you hit them?
Yes.
You're responsible.
No, ma'am.
Period. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, yes, even if I believe you, and I don't believe a lot of what you told me, nobody would leave their snowmobile in the middle of the road and go
They
and
were
take
not in
pictures.
the middle.
In the middle of the road and go take pictures.
They were not in the middle.
Right. So if they were not in the middle and you are a 12-year experienced veteran, you're supposed to be cautious.
And I was.
You're supposed to be cautious. No, if you were cautious, you wouldn't have hit them.
I was 100 feet from the line of sight. They were in a very limited visibility area.
Then you're supposed to be more careful.
I was traveling at a very safe rate of speed.
Well, how could you be traveling at a safe rate of speed causing this damage?
They trapped the area and enclosed it.
I don't believe that that's true. I don't believe that they created the kind of hazardous situation that you attribute to them. Maybe some of these sleds weren't totally off the road. Maybe some of them were hanging over a little bit. But you've got a counterclaim. You want them to pay for your sled. You hit them. And you don't know who it was who ran across the road. If you claim somebody ran across the road creating a hazardous situation, it certainly wasn't him. He got thrown from his bike.
It was her.
Oh, you mean you remember that?
Yes. And if he was the only one that was standing next to the trail, how did she get between me and their snowmobile that was to the right of me?
I don't know. What?
Now, is she claiming that I was on the other side of this trail and running across?
Yes.
Well, if that is the case, how was I thrown from my snowmobile and into the snowbank?
Were you on the snowmobile with him?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and he was standing?
Yes.
And you were sitting on
I
the
was
side?
sitting on the back of the sled.
I don't know how she can claim that. Where were the rest of the people?
They were all on their sleds, sitting on their sleds.
Sounds more right to me. You hit his snowmobile while his snowmobile was in a stationary position, period. His snowmobile, according to you, was well on the side of this road, and there was plenty of room for you to pass. Your husband had passed. There was plenty of room for you to pass.
Except for the people stepped out into the trail.
Listen, that happens. I don't believe it was her. She says she was sitting on the snowmobile. It's possible that somebody else ran out. You have to anticipate that. That's not his job to anticipate it. That's your job to anticipate it because you're moving.
I agree.
Good. Then you have to pay for his damage. Judgment for the plaintiff for $1,245, which is what it's going to take to fix the snowmobile. Your counterclaim's dismissed. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Parties on Sanders versus Murray. Step forward, please.
23-year-old Heather Sanders wants her former good friend, 25-year-old Jennifer Murray, to pay her back for the repairs on her car.
You two were good friends?
Yes.
How long had you been friends?
For about 2 years, 2.5 years.
And Miss Murray, you had an accident with your car?
Yes.
What kind of an accident did you have?
A repair problem. The car broke down and it needed some repairs.
So you asked the plaintiff if she would put it on her credit card?
Well, actually, I told her that the car broke down and she said that she could help me out, and then I agreed.
Doesn't sound 100% logical, but let's take it from there. So she put it on her credit card, the repairs,
Yes.
$627, something like that?
About, yeah, $646.
And what was the arrangement as far as paying back this money?
The arrangement was that she was going to pay me half within 2 weeks after the day that it was charged, and then the balance within another 2 weeks, so altogether within a month.
What happened?
I never got any of the money back. Well, I got $100. What happened was a month went by, and she said, well, I have over half of the money, and I'll give you over the half on Wednesday, October the 1st. So I went to her house that day to pick up the money, and she gave me a $100 bill, and she said, well, I don't have any more of the money, and I will pay you back when I can. Stop calling me, stop bugging me. And basically, that was it.
Go ahead.
That's pretty much what happened. She said that I told her that I would pay her back all the money, and I made arrangements to pay her back a couple of weeks. When I got paid, but something happened with my check where I didn't get paid right away like I was supposed to, and I told her that they messed my money up or something. And she said that didn't matter. She wanted her money right then and there. I said, well, my job messed up my check. I don't have it, so I'm going to have to wait another 2 weeks until I get paid.
So why didn't you give it to her after another 2 weeks?
That's when I gave her the $100. I gave her what I could. I didn't have the full amount right away.
Well, what was your arrangement with her?
To originally pay her back after a couple of weeks, but when...
That's not what you said in your answer. Did you forget what you wrote in your answer?
No, she said pay her back whatever I can, but whatever I can, just as long as I pay her back the money.
You know, you keep changing your story, Miss Murray. But bottom line is, you owe her the rest of the money. Total bill was what? $676.14. Is that the bill?
Yes.
Is that the bill?
Yes.
All right.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
I'm just going to remind you, Miss Murray, that you swore in your answer that the agreement was that you put it on the credit card and you would repay back small amounts, small payments, just as long as the statement was covered for the month. And that the reason you didn't pay her back all the money is because then she said she wanted it all back at one time. So you got to learn to get your story straight.
That is what happened.
Well, you didn't tell me that before. Before you gave me some baloney story about you said, yes, she was going to pay her back, but then your check was all messed up and you couldn't pay her back. Come on, get it together. Okay. Judgment in this case for the plaintiff in the amount of $576.14. That's all.
Finders are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy,
Mrs. Sakajian, step forward, please.
29-year-old health food clerk Jennifer Berry wants former boyfriend Paul Sakajian, 46, to pay back a loan she made to him for a car.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please. All rise. Judge, this is case number 485 in the matter of Barry versus Sakajian. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Miss Barry, you claim that the defendant owes you $3,000 for a loan that you made to him.
Yes, ma'am.
He says he paid you back. So first, would you mind telling me why you gave him $3,000?
I gave him the $3,000 to go...
It wasn't $3,000.
It was...
Want to get to you?
That's correct, actually. I loaned the defendant $2,500 for him to purchase a 1995 Honda Civic. Upon returning it to me, he agreed to pay an additional $500. So, in a sense, it would be $3,000 that he returned to me.
What was the $500 for?
It would have been to apply toward...
It was interest, Your Honor.
Yes, that's correct. It was interest.
That's a lot of interest.
Yeah.
Over how long a period was he supposed to pay you back?
It was going to be over a 3-week period.
$500 interest for 3 weeks? Are you a loan shark?
No. No, ma'am. He was planning to fix the car and then sell it and...
It's not true, Jennifer.
Just a second. Would you do me a favor? You're irritating me. It's not a good idea to start off by irritating the person who's supposed to decide your case.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me cut to the chase. From what I gather from what you started to tell me before you were rudely interrupted, the $500 is because he was going to buy this truck, fix it up, sell it for a profit, and you wanted a piece of the profit.
That's a part of it. He actually had a truck before that he was going to sell, and he was going to give me the proceeds from the truck that he was selling.
Well, it's all getting very complicated. All I want to know is as follows.
Okay.
Did you, in fact, take out $2,500 and give it to him?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Because he was having some financial difficulties, and...
Was he a friend of yours?
Yes.
Was he a boyfriend of yours?
Yes.
Was he your only boyfriend?
Yes.
Now, you did, in fact, sir, borrow this money from her.
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Why did you borrow money from the lady?
She sort of offered to sort of make, alleviate my problems by having to go to a bank and you know, pull out the money and from a savings account to a checking account. And what I done was like, she said that you can just borrow the money because we banked at the same bank, and I could pay her in the due time because I need to buy some parts.
So what you're telling me is it was too much trouble for you to take the money out of your savings account.
Right.
And put it in your checking account.
I had to take a day off from work. That's why I was, Your Honor.
It's getting better all the time. All right. So you borrowed money from your girlfriend.
She actually, I didn't
just
borrow.
say yes or no. So
Yes,
you
I
borrowed
did.
money from your girlfriend.
Yes, I did.
All right. Now she says you didn't pay her back. Right?
Yes.
Did you ask him for the money back?
Many times, ma'am.
After what period of time did you two break up?
It was about the time that I started asking for the money back.
How long after the loan?
About 2 months after.
You were supposed to pay her the money back in 3 weeks, right?
Right.
But you didn't.
Not
Pay
true.
her back in 3 weeks.
I have what you call record showing that on the day that I sold my truck, she got her money.
Well, show me that. I'm really interested in that. And this case can be over very quickly. This doesn't say she got her money.
She had a pig slip collateral, Your Honor, for what do you call it, for the money that I borrowed.
Okay.
What collateral are you talking
Just
about?
1 second. This is for a 1990 Nissan.
Right.
And this is the truck that you're talking about.
Right.
So what you're saying to me is, as collateral for the loan that she made to you,
right.
the $2,500 loan,
Right.
you gave her the pink slip for this truck.
Right, ma'am.
And what you're saying to me is, you sold this truck to this man,
Right.
and you couldn't have sold it without the pink slip.
Right.
So she had to give you the pink slip back.
Right. They were all
That's
all
a
of
lie,
us-
ma'am.
Shh, just a second.
All the parties were there that Sunday when the guy came to pick up the truck.
Were you ever there on a
No,
Sunday?
I was not there on Sunday. I don't know what man Mr. Sakadjian is referring to.
She didn't get a chance to meet him. He was outside, and what happened was like, she was inside the house. I had to get the, what do you call, the paperwork in order for me to, what do you call, do the transaction so I can get the money. So that's when, you know, he wanted to get his pink slip so he can render the money to me. So I took the pink slip outside, and I just came right back inside the house, gave her the money. That was
Did you
it.
have the pink slip for his truck?
I never received any pink slip. Nope.
Oh, my God.
Oh, okay. Did this man ever see the plaintiff? Were
No.
they ever in the same place at the same time?
The only thing was there was just between here and there. She was in my room, and the gentleman was outside.
He wasn't like
No.
Superman. He couldn't see through the kryptonite, right?
No.
Sir,
Yes.
I don't believe you. I think you're full of it.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
She's angry at me because I told her that I don't want to see her no more. That's all it's about. That's all. It's not all about the money.
I hate to say this to you, sir. Look at you and look at her.
And later today,
I've helped her out, Your Honor.
How?
She's asked me to buy diapers.
Diapers?
I've babysat for her.
Babysat?
I've did whatever I could for her.
No,
regarding my
no.
circumstances.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jennifer Berry wants her ex-boyfriend, auto body shop manager Paul Sakadjian, to repay the money she gave him for a car.
Now, there's some reason why you didn't give her back this money, because you didn't give her back this money.
She got her money.
Oh, no, she didn't. Why do you think she's here?
If
Let
I
me
was
ask you a
gonna-
question, sir. Why do you think she's here if she got back her money?
She's angry at me because I told her that I don't want to see her no more. That's all it's about. That's all. It's not all about the money.
I hate to say this to you, sir. Look at you and look at her. Why do you think she would be angry if you said you didn't want to see her anymore?
I can't read her mind, Your Honor.
I believe you when you say you didn't get your money back. I am not giving you the $500 interest. It's excessive. Do you understand?
Yes. Yeah.
But I am giving you your $2,500. I don't believe a word that comes out of his mouth. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Back door to your right, please.
Something like this has really made things difficult for me to be with him.
Just usually when I have a relationship with somebody, I don't like to have signed documents, you know, and I feel pretty bad.
And now the next case.
Party's on Brown versus Bros. Step forward, please.
17-year-old Tyler Brown says his ex-fiancée, 18-year-old Mary Brose, should return her engagement ring and pay attorney fees he spent to get visitation for their 18-month-old baby.
What's your first name?
Tyler.
Tyler. This is your father?
Yes, this is my father.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Step up here, please. Tyler, you are 17?
Yes.
Miss Brose, you are 18?
Yes, I am.
Is this your mom?
Yes, my mom.
Would you step up here, please? There are two things at issue in this case. One is the return of an engagement ring, and the second involves legal fees that the plaintiff says that he was forced to incur when you tried to put his baby up for adoption. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, when she tried to put our baby up for adoption, Your Honor, yes.
That's what I said.
Okay.
All right. So how old were you two when you got engaged?
15.
Wonderful. Did your parents approve of that?
No.
Yes, they did, Your Honor. Her parents did approve of it. As a matter of fact, her mom was the one who was encouraging us to get married. She thought it would be in our best interest because Mary was pregnant, and our intentions were to stay together.
When you were 15?
Yes.
So tell me about this engagement ring. Where is it?
I lost it.
That's baloney. You don't lose an engagement ring. When did you give her the ring? After she told you she was pregnant?
Yes, it was right just about a few weeks after she was pregnant, Your Honor.
You have a bill for it?
Yes, I have a receipt.
Were you living together at any time?
We've lived together on and off, Your Honor. She lived with my mom and dad because her mom and dad didn't, at the time, want anything to do with her. She divorced her parents. She got legally emancipated. And there's so much tension between both of the families.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You bought her engagement ring at Walmart for $239?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, these legal fees, tell me about them.
Okay. Mary decided not very long before she was due to deliver Tyler Jr., our son, she decided that she doesn't want to be a mom. She decides that she wants to give the baby up for adoption, that she's not ready for this at the time. So my mother went, and we had got a loan that we got to take out to fight for custody of TJ. Now, a day before Mary goes into labor, she calls me and said that her dad had beat her up or something and that she wants to come back. So I said, okay, because, you know, in my mind, I didn't know what to do. We had already made all these arrangements and stuff. I said, okay. That night, Mary went into labor, and TJ was born. I was at the hospital with her and stayed with her the whole time while she was in the hospital and didn't leave until she left. At that time, she come back with us and lived with my mom and dad at that time. Now, so what I have is the attorney fees that we had borrowed was $1,500, but we no longer needed those for attorney fees because I didn't need the attorney anymore. So me and Mary kept the money to buy stuff that we needed for TJ and stuff when he was first born, like, you know.
Just a second. How much did you pay the lawyer? Not the loan. How much did you actually pay the lawyer?
I never actually retained him because it happened within just a few days.
Did you pay a lawyer any other money?
Yes, me and Mary, after TJ was born, like I said, she come back and lived with my mom and dad. So her parents filed a petition in court for grandparent visitation rights, and me and Mary didn't like the idea of it because they weren't involved in our...
Mary and I.
Mary and I, I'm sorry, Your Honor. She didn't like the idea of her parents wanting to, boom, become involved just out of nowhere. So we went and retained an attorney. We went and got another loan to retain the attorney, and he filed a response to their petition.
So what happened with the lawsuit over grandparent visitation?
Well, what happened is we never got served our papers or whatever to go to court, and the judge had granted them their petition for the grandparent visitation by default because me and Mary were never notified.
Mary
and I, I'm sorry. Mary and I were never notified of the hearing, and we never went.
So did your attorney show up?
No, he never showed up.
So how much did you pay this attorney that didn't show up?
Well, I have paid him $525 was what we paid him.
Now, this $525 was something that you both were on a suit that you both decided to fight. Is that right?
That's why I'm asking for half, yes.
Okay. You're not living together anymore. You have a baby. The baby is now a year and a half old?
Yeah, almost 2 years old.
Mm-hmm. And you were 15 when the baby was born, or 16?
I was 15.
You must have been pleased as punch.
It was very devastating.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
I just took the advice of my attorneys, Your Honor. That's all I did.
Morality has nothing to do with what your attorney tells you.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Tyler Brown wants his ex-fiancée, Mary Brose, to return the engagement ring and pay him attorney fees he spent to get visitation of their 18-month-old baby. She says she lost the ring, and they both shared the attorney fees.
Let's talk about this engagement ring. Where is it?
I seriously don't know. I was swimming one day, and because me and my mom and dad go, my mom and I and my dad go to the lake, and we have a boat and everything, and we went boating one day, and I water ski, and it fell off, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Now tell me about these legal fees. Did you and this young man decide to fight your parents' request to visit with the baby?
Yeah, we did.
Why?
I don't know. I really don't know anymore.
You don't feel that way anymore?
No, of course not. I don't. I know I made a mistake. I mean, I know I made a mistake. I know that. And I just panicked, basically. I mean, I'm sure if you had a kid at 15, you'd do, panic and stuff. It just scared me a lot.
More than panic?
Yeah, it scared me.
Are you living with your mom and dad now?
No, I live on my own right now.
How do you support yourself?
I work full-time.
Who takes care of the baby?
Actually, Tyler watches him now, because we had got a court date, and Tyler was supposed to pay, I don't know how much money it was, and the judge said that Tyler could watch, because he's not working, and Tyler said that he would watch TJ while I worked.
Why aren't you working?
I'm working, Your Honor.
So who's watching the baby?
I watch the baby during the day, and then usually Mary gets off of work at about 5, and then when I go to work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, my mom just watches him from like 3 to 5 until Mary gets home. The judge thought that that would be in our best interest.
I think that's a very smart decision.
Your Honor, can I speak?
Sure.
In regards to the babysitting incident, the issue, we had just gone to court, and he was supposed to pay child support. She has not seen a penny of it.
Well, the truth is, until he's of age, which is 18, under the laws in every jurisdiction, he's really not responsible for child support. He was responsible enough to make a baby, but paying for it is an entirely different thing. That's America. Now, if I had my way, his father would be contributing some of the support, just as you probably are contributing some of the support to make things work in your daughter's house, take care of this baby. But that's not the way the law is now. That's unfortunate. If I were queen, I would change that. In any event, so we have two issues, and I'm going to rule on those two issues. An engagement ring is given as part of a contract to marry. However, the law is that unless you are of age, you cannot enter into a contract. So we're sort of in a twilight zone here. You gave her this ring as part of a contract, which you couldn't make. So this Walmart ring, wherever it is gone. Now, I do think that there is some merit, sir, in your argument that you should get half of these attorney's fees, half of the $525, because from what the defendant tells me, she was also fighting the lawsuit that involved her parents having visitation with their grandchild.
$260, $250.
Oh, Bert, thank you very much. I don't know what I'd do without you. My mathematician to my immediate left tells me that half of $525 is $260, $250. That's what you have to give him. Understand?
Can I add something
Yeah.
here, too?
Oh, he wants to add.
Well, Your Honor, they had mentioned me not paying no child support. We just went to court 2 weeks ago, and I've just got the order.
Just a minute.
And they're just now starting to garnish my wages. My attorneys had advised me to wait until we get the order. I've just got the order in the mail last week. My support will be starting to be garnished out of my wages this week.
Mr. Brown, you see, when you keep talking, you always say one thing too much. Because I've been nice to you so far.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
You needed an order to start paying child support? Your child's almost 2 years old?
No, but...
Just a second. You needed an order? What'd you think your baby was going to eat?
I've helped her out, Your Honor.
How?
She's asked me to buy diapers.
Diapers?
I've babysat for her.
Babysat?
I've did whatever I could for her regarding my circumstances.
Circumstances. If you're old enough to make a baby, you're old enough to be able to support a baby. And you don't wait until you get a court order to do that, sir, if you are a responsible person. I know that you like to think that you are a responsible person.
Well, I offered to give her money, like, for Christmas. She did not want my money for Christmas.
What's Christmas? I'm talking about every week, like you get paid, sir, at your job.
I just took the advice of my attorneys, Your Honor. That's all I did.
Listen to me. Morality has nothing to do with what your attorney tells you. If you made a baby, morally you are responsible for contributing to that child's support. And it seems to me with your mouth you can say to your lawyer, look, I understand your advice, but the right thing for me to do is to pay child support, is to pay her even voluntarily until a court gives me an order, and I want to do that because it's the right thing to do. Does that have a ring of truth to it?
Yes, it does.
Good! $262.50 for the plaintiff, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
Back door to your right.
And on the next Judy.
Parties on Davis versus Stahl. Step forward, please.
28-year-old administrative assistant Chrissy Davis is suing her former boyfriend, 36-year-old mover Kirk Stahl, for credit card bills. Kirk is countersuing for prizes they both won on a game show.
Order. All rise. Quiet, please. Your Honor, this is case number 467 on the calendar in the matter of Davis versus Stahl. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated.
Ms. Davis, according to your complaint, you and the defendant were involved in a relationship which is now over.
That is correct.
And during that time, you either made loans or had expenses that you claim he is at least partially responsible for. You say that's in excess of about $2,000.
That is correct.
He acknowledges that he owes you some money. About $1,500, according to you. However,
Yes.
When was that?
We taped the show last July, and the show aired this past January.
And you won?
Yes, everything. Yes. Won it all.
And Mr. Stahl says that you decided to keep all the merchandise.
That is also correct.
So he said that the amount that he owes you is more than offset by these prizes that you won.
I disagree.
Well, you admit that you were on this game show.
Yes.
What was the name of the game show?
The show was called Shop Till You Drop.
Tell me how that's played.
Well, it's like it's a shopping mall, and you've got a couple of physical stunts, and if you win your physical stunt, you get to go shopping at these stores. And we won both of them and went shopping twice.
As a couple?
As a couple.
Yes. You won?
We won.
What kind of prizes did you win?
We won a ruby and diamond cocktail ring.
That wouldn't look good on you.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes.
It does look good on me, though. A bedroom set, an air filter, some silver, a coffee tea service, some kitchen utensils, a label maker, wallpaper, an entertainment center, and a trip to Mexico.
What'd you do with the trip to Mexico?
Nothing yet.
But you have it?
I have it.
She has everything.
Right. Now, Ms. Davis, you tell me why you think you're entitled to keep all these prizes.
I do not feel I'm entitled to keep all these prizes. Through my relationship with Kirk, it ended up being so painful for me that I became vengeful, and all of these things showed up at my house. I have everything. And I thought, my feelings are so hurt that I just am going to keep this. Just some stuff to sort of allay my hurt. It's not what I should have done. It's
I look at the stuff and I look at the situation that has been caused with my relationship with him.
Why are you so angry with him?
"2 years has told me he loved me, has told me that he wanted, 2 years has told me he loved me, has told me that he wanted to marry me, wanted to make me the mother of his children and any future children that happened after that."
And it was absolutely the truth.
So why are you so angry? It didn't work out. You think he was playing with you?
He was lying to me.
What makes you think he was lying to you?
He told me that he and his wife were separated and that he was going to divorce her. I gave him every opportunity to divorce her.
Oh, you're a married man, Mr. Stahl.
We were separated for 4 years.
He told me they were separated for 10.
We were married for 10, legally separated for 4. She knew this. She asked me to get a divorce. I could not afford the divorce, so I talked to my alleged wife, and she went ahead and paid for the divorce. So we got divorced. That made her angry that she's the one that actually divorced me. That really upset her. I said, what is the difference? At least we're divorced.
Right.
She wasn't having none of it.
Why were you unhappy about that, Ms.
No. It's that I had gone to the courthouse for him, had gotten the paperwork for him. I had bought a book for him on how to file for divorce on his own. I had filled out the paperwork. I had done everything to help him get this divorce, which he kept telling me he was going to get. He didn't ever tell me that he was talking with his wife and saying that maybe she would pay for it.
But let me understand this. Ms. Davis, you were angry because he was in communication with his now ex-wife, and they agreed between the two of them without telling you that she was going to be the plaintiff in the divorce action after you had filled out all the paperwork.
No.
So then what are you angry about?
I'm angry that he told me for 2 years that he was going to divorce this woman and didn't.
But then he did. He's divorced. I mean, is that what you're angry about?
That's great. But in the meantime, here's a person who was telling me he was going to, pay his debt to me and never did. He gave me $500 once against my visa for some repairs that I helped him pay for his truck. Okay, because I helped him to get car insurance. I remember being at work and doing customer service in between calls, calling insurance agents for him so he could get insurance on his truck to get his license back, which has since been revoked by the DMV.
All right, don't go into all that stuff. Do you have children with your former wife?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children?
3.
Do you see them?
As often as possible.
He does now. He was not seeing them when we were together, and nor was he paying child support.
Well, that's really not particularly relevant. Listen, quite frankly, Ms. Davis, I don't understand why he's so angry with that. He's got a former wife with whom he has 3 children, and if he could, listen to me, and if he can resolve his marital status with his former wife in such a way that makes her more comfortable, because she's got the kids living with her, I assume.
Yes.
So, I've been in this business a long time. She said, I don't want to be the defendant in the action. I'll be the plaintiff. Is that what happened?
Absolutely.
Aha. Now, do you understand that?
No,
Ms. Davis, listen to me. Listen to me. So that's what he did. He said, listen, as long as I'm divorced, what difference does it make? You're not together anymore, and I have to resolve this case, which is really not a very difficult case to resolve.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
She's a vicious little thing. If she's not on her medication, she busts plates over your head.
And later today...
Goodbye. Good luck. May Obi-Wan Kenobi be with you.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Chrissy Davis broke up with Kirk Stahl. She's suing for bills. He's suing for game show prizes.
She says you owe her about $2,500. You say you owe her about $1,500, right?
I got the proof.
Shh. Listen to me. And you have countersued her for $3,000.
Yes.
For what you allege is half of the prizes.
Right. You can have all of the prizes.
Listen to me. I'm going to make it a very simple order. On your direct claim against him, I am awarding you $2,000. And I am directing that all of the prizes on his counterclaim be sold and the proceeds of the sale be divided between the two of you equally. Do you understand?
Yes.
So she's going to have a giant sale. And whatever the proceeds are, I mean, you can be involved with that if you like.
Well, I'm going to say, one, you know, being as vengeful as she's wanting to be here, or is, what's to say she don't want to turn around and sell them for $1 to her family or whatever, you know? Because I'm a mover. I'm always out on the street. I'm busy
Listen
constantly.
to me, sir. There is a way of... Ms. Davis, you cannot do that. This has to be...
I want him to take them. I want him to come to my house and pick them up and get them.
Just a second. Are you prepared to give him everything?
He can have it. I want the ring. I want the wallpaper. And he can have the rest.
No, because he's the...
He can have the ring. Here, have the ring.
Hang on to the ring.
Let me see it.
I just want this to be over. I was wrong to want revenge against this person for breaking my heart. However, he has amassed $2,500 in bills in my name, and it went to collections, and it's affected my credit.
It's very unfortunate, because if things had worked out between the two of you, you wouldn't be here today. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you're angry, and I understand why you're angry. He acknowledges that he owes you money. The problem is, how are we going to resolve the issue of these game prizes? All these prizes.
I just wanted to be on TV. I just wanted to do a game show. It was so much fun. I loved seeing myself on this game show.
That's why we're here today.
And it was wrong of me to hold them for a bailment, to say, you start paying me the money you owe me, and then I'll start releasing the prizes to you. That was wrong. But since I knew I was doing that wrong, I got the 1099 in my name, so at least I was paying the taxes on it and not him.
She took my name off of that, which I don't know if that's illegal or not.
Well, which of the items do you want, sir? Maybe we can resolve it that way.
He can have it all. He can have it all. I just want the $2,500. All I wanted was a judgment that said he owed it.
Just a second. Just a second.
I didn't even... Sorry.
Just a second. How does that sound to you, sir?
I'll take it all.
Good. But you have to give her the $2,500 that you owe her. And you're making out like a bandit, according to your answer. According to your answer, the property's... Listen to me. According to your answer, the property is worth $6,000. Right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you're going to get $6,000 worth of property that you can go to sell and at least get $2,500 for it, right?
Correct.
Good! Make arrangements within the next week to turn over everything to him, right? Everything to him, and judgment in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,500. That's all. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Okay?
He doesn't see a lie as a lie.
No, I don't. I see a cheat as a cheat. I wish it would have been different. I want to spend the rest of my life with you.
You sure showed me.
You showed me. She's a vicious little thing. If she's not on her medication, she busts plates over your head. One night, she broke a dinner plate over my head as I was leaving. The other night, she scratched the heck out of me. Guess I should have had you arrested, but no. That was love. She knows I love her.
And now, the next case.
Parties on Martin versus Battles. Step forward, please.
24-year-old law clerk Jennifer Martin is suing her ex-boyfriend, electrician Scott Battles, 28, for bills and assault.
Miss Martin, you have a laundry list of things of monies that you allege that Mr. Battle owes you from the time you were living together.
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I also have photocopies of all the canceled checks that I wrote out to him, plus some personal items that were his that I paid for that I never received the money for. He did damage to the house that we were renting. I have photographs of all the damage that he did to the house. The landlady walked through the house after he left, pointed out all of the stuff that he did that were changes that were not authorized by her in writing. And because of that, I lost my security deposit that I paid out to him. That he gave me a false address when he moved. He never gave me a phone number to get a hold of him. He lied to me when he left and said that he was going to give me my security deposit back. And he basically is hiding from me now at this point.
He's not hiding. He's right here.
Well, up until now, he was hiding from me.
How much do you owe her?
I don't owe her anything. Not one penny.
Well, tell me why you don't owe her anything. And then I'm going to send you both outside to go over these bills. Because I'm not going to go over 30 bills.
I've got the bills actually broken down, an entire list of exactly what was paid, how much her rent was, and the fact that, I don't owe her a penny. As far as some of the other things she's saying, I did not do any damage to the house. The things that she said that was altered from the house, that's between me and the landlady and not her.
But what about her security deposit?
Her security deposit, I told her I would give her after I got the final bills from the house. She lived there almost a month after I left.
That's a
And
lie.
When I got the bills, they were extremely high, and they ate up all of her security deposit.
Like what bills?
I got a phone bill for over $500 for starters.
That's interesting. Okay. You see how thick those files are? Right? Your files? Take your files, go in the back, sit down, go over the... Did you see the last month's bills?
No, he never showed me any bills.
Take them outside.
Okay. Step out, please.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
He's a liar, and he's a scam.
I'm sorry.
He's still married. That's the thing that pisses me off.
It's just her
That's what makes me so mad.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jennifer Martin claims former boyfriend Scott Battles assaulted her. He says she was distraught when they broke up and destroyed his property.
Order.
Okay, folks. It's my understanding that there is at least some sort of resolution here with regard to a dollar figure, except for one major issue. Is that right?
Yeah, Your Honor, we came to an agreement on the bills, and we worked all
So
of
what's
that
left,
out.
Miss Martin?
The punitive damages that I'm suing him for, $1,500. The reason I think I'm entitled to punitive damages is because for the last 3 months of our relationship, I had to call the police on him several times because he got very physically abusive. He jumped in my car window, he grabbed me by my throat while he was in my car window, told me to roll down my window, and I have electric windows. After he pulled the keys out, then told me, well, if I break the window when I get out, that's your own problem, not mine. He had thrown me up against the living room wall. He had punched me in the middle of my back. And every time I called the police said that it was mutual combat or it was domestic violence and there was nothing they could do about it and that I would go to jail for assault and battery.
That doesn't sound like a good job by the police.
So that's what they told me every time I called them.
Because it's not true.
Okay.
It's not true at all.
You know, you develop a sense of personalities, people's personalities. He is the passive-aggressive type. You, however, are not a shrinking violet. You remember this incident in the car with the windshield?
Yes.
You want to tell me your version of those events, sir?
She was upset. She was going to leave. She had my phone. She said, I'm not going to call anybody, take the phone with her. I reached through the window to get the phone, which was on the dash. And when I did, she rolled the window up on me.
You mean on your hand?
No, on the middle of my body.
Oh, you mean you leaned in?
Right.
That could smart.
So the first thing I did was basically turn the ignition off because she was still attempting to roll it up. And pretty much after, once I struggled a little bit, scraped to get out, and that's all there was. She went in the house, called the cops.
Now, after that incident, did you continue to live together after the police were called?
For a short time.
Yes, for a short time.
Yes. Now, do you remember hitting her in her back?
No.
You remember throwing her against a wall?
No.
How many times were the police called?
A total of 3 times.
And she called them?
For different instances, yes. Not, she called twice, and my mother called once.
No, they were called 4 times, Scott. And
Your
I
mother,
called
this is
3 times.
Right. I called the police myself twice.
Step up here. Do you live in the same building?
No.
No.
What caused you to call the police?
Well, she called me early in the morning at 7 o'clock in the morning and said, you better get out here and you have 1 hour to get Scott's belongings out of this house or they're going to be trashed out in the rain. Which when my husband and I went over there in a half hour, they were being trashed, broken, trashed out in the rain.
What do you mean they were being broken, trashed out in the rain?
She broke everything. She took everything she could and was just like a maniac, just throwing,
I got there
just throwing it out in the
that.
rain. And the police came, and
Living with me.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
Living with me.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
Okay, let's deal with the issue of punitive damages. Listen to me. When a relationship doesn't work out...
Sorry.
When a relationship doesn't work out, you put a period and it's over.
Right.
And it sounds to me like the two of you probably did some nasties to each other. But You don't live with him anymore?
No, I don't.
You've resolved all your other financial differences?
Yes.
Correct? Goodbye. Good luck. What's the name of that guy from Star Wars?
Luke Skywalker.
What? No, sort of the Obi-Wan Kenobi. May Obi-Wan Kenobi be with you.
Parties are excused, you may. You may step out the back door to your right.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And on the next...
He's on DeVargas versus Latham. Step forward, please.
23-year-old sales agent Vanessa DeVargas is suing her old boyfriend, commercial producer Aaron Latham, 26, for a gym membership, credit cards, and damaging her car.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please. Miss. Judge, this is case number 429 on the calendar in the matter of DeVargas versus Latham. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
I assume from your complaint that you had a 3.5-year sort of live-in relationship where you were together. Is that right?
About a year and a half, actually. We had a long-distance relationship for 10 months before that, and then lived together for almost about 2 years.
Okay. And now you are no longer together. You say he owes you money.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take these things one item at a time, because that's a more organized way of doing business. Damage to my car, $477.18.
Mm-hmm.
So how did that come about?
I can show you this.
No, tell me.
Okay. I guess I was out of town, and we had a driveway in which my car was parked at the top. I guess either he was on a job or I'm not sure exactly what.
I backed into her car.
And
you backed into a car?
Yeah, basically backed into the car and damaged the back end.
Okay. Did you have it fixed right away?
No.
Why?
Because I was trying to get the money from Aaron.
Well, how long did you live together afterwards, after this damage to the car?
Probably another 6 months, maybe.
Now, you can't tell me that during that 6-month period you were trying to get the money from him to fix it.
Yes.
No.
What do you mean, yes?
Yes, I had asked him to please pay for the damages. I was still able to drive my car, considering the damage was in the back.
Mm-hmm.
It's damage that, yes, is kind of expensive, but it's not something that...
It's cosmetic.
It's cosmetic, basically.
So how much after you broke up did you decide to fix the car?
I didn't fix the car. It's still dented.
Gym membership, $713.12. And this is for a gym membership that you shared and I paid off.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about it.
We had decided to get a gym membership at Bally's together. I had put it through my bank. So what happens is every month they would take the funds out of my bank account. Of course, when we broke up, the funds were still coming out of my bank account, and I ended up paying off $1,400, half of which is $713.12.
How long did you use the gym membership after you split up?
I went a few times myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never used the membership, and just when we did it, it was a better deal for us both to do it. And
well, what was the difference? Do you know?
Oh.
Between a single membership and a double membership?
No.
Mm-mm. I don't know. And it was something I used it once when we first got it.
Well, the question is, sir, did you obligate her to pay this gym membership because you intended to use it?
I didn't. It was something she wanted to do. You know, she wanted the membership, and
so you just went along for the ride?
Well, I thought there was much, you know, as far as the cost of it, I thought it was something we would both cover over.
So did you pay for any of it?
Oh yeah.
How much did you pay?
I never kept exact track, but probably, you know, over the period of a year, probably $200-300.
And how did you make those payments to her?
Just gave her money here and there.
For the gym?
Well, I gave her money for mini bills at.
For the gym?
No, not specifically for the gym. Not that I can say. All the payments I had given her were larger sums that were.
For what?
For, you know, utility bills and gym payments and things like that. So. all in one payment, every month.
Well, let me see. Checks for these large sums of money. You return checks for large sums of money.
I'm basically just pinpointing these items as what I'm suing for. Those canceled checks have nothing to do with these items.
What do they have to do with?
They have to do with other items that...
I disagree with that. Those canceled checks go to a list here that Vanessa had faxed me that I can show the judge also. And those canceled checks correspond with those payments on that and with this, actually. I'd gone down that list and marked off what I felt were fair and reasonable things that she should be paid back for. And on the second sheet...
Well, how much, sir, do you think is fair and reasonable for her to be paid back?
Yeah. Well, on the...
No, is it not a number?
Sorry.
Give me a number.
About $2,800.
And how much have you paid her?
$2,800.
You've paid her $2,800.
Yes.
Does that cover the gym?
Specifically, no. It doesn't cover the gym specifically.
All right. Does that cover the damage to her car?
No, because I've never gotten a total on that.
Can I see the estimate for the damage on your car, please?
Okay.
Just give me the estimate, not a tone. You have a deductible on your insurance?
Yes.
What's your deductible?
I think it's $500.
What do you mean you think?
I'm not sure.
Well, how can I do this if I don't know what your deductible is?
I'm pretty sure it's $500, but I'm not sure.
I still don't understand why it took you so long to even think about fixing the car. Let me see the dent to the back of the car.
It's on the back of that picture. It was something that could have waited. It wasn't something that...
It sure can. It's just like a little kiss.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I had called him, I had paged him. He wouldn't return my pages.
That always happens when somebody owes you money.
Yes.
Especially when the luster of love has worn off.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And later today,
Kids do that when they're in elementary school. They go around and tear each other's posters off.
understand that.
You understand that? You're supposed to be more adult as you get older.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. After Vanessa DeVargas and Aaron Latham broke up, she says he refused to pay his share of bills and damaged her car.
All right, let's go to the next thing then. Next thing is a credit card that I started for him in my name, $455.09.
Mm-hmm.
What's this credit card, sir? Do you know?
Yeah, and I have also paid her back for that.
You have?
Yeah, in that $2,800.
Well, did you use that credit card at all?
No.
Do you have the last statement from the credit card?
Yes.
No. Do you have the last statement from the credit card?
Yes. I didn't make one lump sum. But that was the last payment in which I paid off the credit card.
This says that there was a previous balance of $37. How am I supposed to tell whose expenses these are?
In the checks there and in the breakdown of what she says I owed her versus what I've paid her, it kind of shows that I know it's kind of complicated, but...
It is very complicated. I wish you young people who decide to set up housekeeping didn't exchange credit cards. Really very stupid.
I agree.
Never do it again.
Yeah. That's what everybody says. You don't have checks here, sir.
I'm sorry?
You showed me these bills, sir, these checks that you say should total $2,800.
Okay.
They don't even total $1,000.
I don't believe I have all $2,800 worth of checks here because I didn't start to get my checks sent back to me until after this started. I just have to go by what she deducted off the balance. And it shows payments. She dated them on her.
How much did you receive from him in total?
I don't know.
Listen, I can't figure this whole thing out. Nobody can figure this whole thing out. Probably even not an accountant can figure this whole thing out. One thing I do know for sure is that you owe her half of the gym membership. Now, the entire membership was $1,400 and change, so you owe her $700 for the gym membership. That I know for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Fix this little
Can I also
ting
add...
in the back of the car. And I'm giving you...
Okay, thank you.
Fix this little
Can I also
ting
add...
in the back of the car. And I'm giving you $700 for the gym payment because I think that you obligated yourself to pay for this gym. The fact that he didn't use it, that's his problem. He was there, he thought it was a good deal, he's got to pay for part of it, and he can't establish to my satisfaction that he's ever paid any part of that. You wanted to say something else?
I wanted to add that I had tried to times to make arrangements to meet with him. I had called him, I had paged him. He wouldn't return my pages. One time, I had to pretend that I was somebody else so that he would call me back, and he did. So this is why this has gone on for so long, because I have never been able to reach him or find him or get...
Right?
Yes.
I sort of
So-
like that bird.
I like that.
Yes.
Especially when the luster of love has worn off.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I sort of
So-
like that bird.
I like
Luster
that.
of love.
I'll write that down.
So,
So that is why this has been drawn out for so long, and I
Mr.
took it
Vargas,
to court.
put a period. Move on with it.
Okay.
I'm giving her a judgment for $1,000. Fix the dinghy on your car. Help you pay for the gym membership that you probably paid off. Do me a favor, you get another boyfriend? Keep your credit cards under lock and key.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
All right. That's all.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
And now the next case.
Parties on Buffa versus Paz Martinez. Step forward, please.
40-year-old student Charles Buffer says fellow student Karen Paz, 25, tore down his campaign posters at Los Angeles City College and ruined his chances of becoming student vice president.
Which one of you is Miss Martinez? The office of vice president, according to your papers of a school organization. The office of vice president, according to your papers of a school organization. And Miss Martinez was your adversary.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was this college?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which school?
LACC, LA City College. Yes, Your Honor.
And according to your complaint, Miss Martinez and or Miss Paz took down 6 of your posters.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are suing them for $72, which is the cost of the posters, and you also lost the election.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. How do you know that they took down the posters?
Okay, Your Honor, first of all, number one is that I found the poster. Let me bring this up to you. I found the poster in the location of where this lady was. Number two is they admitted it to me the next day.
All right, tell me about the admission.
And I, with the election chair commission lady who's here with me today, will testify that they admitted that she tore down the posters.
Who tore down the posters?
Miss Karen Paz over here.
Did you tear down the posters?
No, not all.
Not all?
No.
Did you take down some?
2.
Order.
You took down some.
2, yeah.
Why?
That was my mistake.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
Also, too, I'd like to bring up, too, that she also signed an affidavit saying she did do this, okay?
Well, let me see the affidavit.
Okay, I'd have to come up to you or have him bring it to you. You see, Your Honor, it isn't about money here. It's about principle. You destroyed something to me in hopes of not getting me elected to try to hamper me from getting elected is what this girl did.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I plan on pursuing something honest where you don't have to use deceit and trickery to win an election. By tearing up stuff, that is not right.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 40-year-old student Charles Buffa says fellow student Karen Paz, 25, tore down his campaign posters at Los Angeles City College and ruined his chances of becoming student vice president.
Well, why are you suing Miss Martinez?
Because Miss Martinez was the one that I was running against, Your Honor.
But why are you suing her?
And because when we went in that day and confronted her with the election committee lady.
Confronted whom?
Well, we confronted Miss Paz in the office, okay? She admitted that, well, she said, well, she told me to do it, and then you yelled at me and said, well, they weren't stamped. So that gave you the authority and the orders to give her to tear up my posters because you wanted so bad to get elected, Your Honor. That's what happened. And that day, she admitted it to me and to the other lady sitting here on her orders that's why that was done.
Who admitted it? Miss Martinez?
Miss Paz.
I'm not talking about Miss Paz. Miss Paz has already admitted she took down a couple of posters.
And then when I said...
I'm talking about Miss Martinez.
Yeah, yes,
she's guilty.
Yes, Your Honor. Then when I said to Miss Martinez, I said, well, why did you tell her to do that? Well, Mr. Buffett, your posters aren't stamped. I don't blankly give a damn.
Miss Martinez, did you say to Mr. Buffett your posters aren't stamped?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Put that down,
Okay.
sir. I don't need visual aids. Pass visual aids. Stop getting so excited, sir. This is not an election for state senator or president of the United States. I know that you're emotional.
Well, you know, it's the principle.
I know it's principle. I know. Kids do that when they're in elementary school. They go around and tear each other's posters off.
That.
You understand that? You're supposed to be more adult as you get older.
That's correct.
Miss Martinez.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever tell Miss Paz to take down his posters because they weren't stamped?
No, Your Honor. There's no reason why I should do it.
Okay. Do you have information with regard to that?
Yes, I do,
Step
Your
up
Honor.
here and tell me who you are.
My name is Felice Dooley, and I was chairperson of the election.
Did you ever speak to Miss Martinez with regard to these posters?
Yes, I did. I spoke with Miss Martinez, and Miss Paz confronted them. I asked Miss Paz if she took down the posters, and she admitted she took down the posters. And after words of exchange, explicitives that she shouted at me or what have you, she was extremely belligerent.
You're not following me. I asked you a direct question. My direct question to you was, what information do you have that Miss Martinez had a... Guilty. I tell you what, to make it easier, you sit down. Guilty. I tell you what, to make it easier, you sit down.
Miss Martinez told me that she was aware that Karen Paz took down the posters.
Being aware doesn't make her guilty in the eyes of the law.
No, she did not tell me that she directed Miss Paz
to take them down. Do you have any, Mr. Buffer?
Yes.
How old are you, by the way, sir?
Too old.
No, I'm too old. How old are you?
40.
Okay.
I'd say I tell you I was 21, but I know you won't believe it.
I certainly wouldn't. I tell people I'm 21 all the time. They don't believe me.
Your Honor, it's the thing of it is that what motive would this girl have to do it? She knew she was running against me. That's why she did it.
Mr. Buffer,
what motive do I have?
You're 40 years old, so you should have a certain amount of life's experience, including life's experience. You also have experience watching a lot of television, being inside of courts, right?
Yeah, that's
Your
correct.
feelings are not particularly relevant. The fact that somebody had an opportunity or inclination doesn't necessarily make them guilty. You have to have proof that they're guilty before a court finds them guilty.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Do you have any proof against Miss Martinez that she either instructed or directed anyone else to remove your posters?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
well,
Your
let
Honor.
me hear it.
Okay. Well, the day we went in that day into that office, when I asked her, why did you tell her to take down the posters, her reply to me was, well, your posters weren't stamped, so I told her to take them down. She had every right to do so. That's what she said to me.
I did not tell him.
I don't believe that.
No,
Mr. Buffer.
That's what you did.
Mr. Buffer.
That's correct.
Listen to me.
I'm listening.
I don't believe she said that to you.
All parties on Taylor versus Lee. Step forward, please.
19-year-old Crystal Taylor is suing her ex-boyfriend, Fred Lee, because he didn't pay his phone bill. He says Crystal slashed his tires.
This used to be your boyfriend.
Yes, it did.
That's past tense.
Yes, it's past.
Your complaint says you let him put a phone in your name.
Yes.
Big mistake.
I know now.
He didn't pay the bill?
No, he didn't. He didn't pay a couple of bills.
And the total on that phone is now?
$967 and some change.
And you say
I intended on paying the phone bill, but she came up to my job and slashed 3 of my tires. So that's when I decided not to pay the bill, because the three tires that
You
she
have no proof
slashed,
that
the 3 tires that she slashed came up to $340 a piece,
Sir.
which was over $1,200.
I read that in your answer, that you paid $350 a piece for tires.
Why you didn't get some cheaper
Just,
ones?
hey, don't speak to him.
Okay.
Bird, I haven't bought tires in a while, and I know about inflation. Did you ever hear of tires that cost $350 a piece?
Not on any vehicle I've ever driven.
What kind of car is it that you drive, sir?
An Acura Legend Coupe, a very expensive car, and the wheels are very expensive too.
You mean, when did you buy these tires, sir?
May 6th.
Why didn't you pay the phone bill instead of buying the tires?
Exactly.
Shut! Hey!
Okay.
Do I look like I need help? I would suggest you be quiet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If you're winning, you're supposed to be quiet.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
If you owe somebody, you can find yourself a 1965 VW Bug with $50 tires and make sure that your obligations are paid for.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 19-year-old Crystal Taylor is suing her ex-boyfriend Fred Lee because he didn't pay his phone bill. He says Crystal slashed his tires.
Why didn't you pay the phone bill instead of buying $350 tires for your Acura?
The phone bill wasn't due at that time.
Yeah, oh.
When the phone bill came...
No, just a second. The phone bill was over an extended period of time, Mr. Lee. Are you telling me that you paid the phone bill each month and that it was 1 month that it was $967?
No, actually,
No. Let me see the phone bills. How many times did you pay the phone bill, sir?
I paid the phone bill a couple of times. Actually.
How many is a couple?
I don't know, 3, 4, 5 times.
Let me see proof
I don't
of
have
it.
the exact
Let me
proof.
see you. Let
I
me
don't
see your
have
proof.
at all.
All right.
Basically, I went tit for tat. The bill came, she slashed my tires. I felt we were even.
Let me explain something to you, sir.
Okay.
Let's talk about her bill, her April bill.
Okay.
The prior balance that you owed in April was $80.
Yeah.
Then you had a Pacific Bell charge for $355.21. That's in April. In June, sir, the current charges on your phone were $163.
Okay.
But the total due was $967.90, with a prior unpaid balance of $804.58. So it doesn't look to me as if you ever paid this bill. Ever. Now, you never paid the bill.
I was going to pay the bill.
Listen, did you ever hear the expression, shoulda, woulda, coulda?
Yeah.
I should have done that. I
She
could
shouldn't have
done
slashed my tires.
Just a second. Just a second. Did you see her slash your tires?
I have a witness. But
Did you see her slash your tires?
I was at work doing my job.
Listen, I don't think that it's right for anybody to slash anybody's tires.
Especially at the amount that I paid.
Absolutely right. Now, because that would be, if you did that, if you did that,
She did.
if you did that, it would be taking the law in your own hands.
Which she
Do you
did.
Hey, so if you did that, that was really, really wrong to slash his $350 a piece tires that he bought instead of paying the phone bill, which is in your name. That would have been a very, very bad thing to do. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Very, very bad. But he doesn't have any proof that you did that. He thinks that you did that, but he doesn't have any proof.
Why would I tell you I slashed your tires?
You told me.
I didn't tell you that.
I don't believe
and
that.
We're not in court for them tires. We're not in court for that.
Miss Taylor,
You will be.
if you open your mouth again, you're going to be a very unhappy person.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
It was very bad of you to buy 3 new tires when you had this outstanding bill, sir.
I had to drive my car. I had to get back and forth to work.
Oh.
I had to buy them.
Well, I want to tell you something, sir. I guarantee you, whatever work you do, I make more money than you do, and I don't drive an Acura with $350 a piece tires. So if you owe somebody for a phone bill that's in their name, you can find yourself a 1965 VW Bug, drive it around, right, with $50 tires, and make sure that your obligations are paid for. The judgment in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount requested, $967. Thank you very much. That's it.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
Number 315 on the calendar in the matter of Davenport versus Agatep. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Miss Davenport, the defendant in this case was the companion of your father, who died recently.
Right.
And he died recently without a will.
Right.
Your complaint is that the defendant took money out of a checking account that was your father's.
Correct.
And that money rightfully belongs to his heirs, in this case you, and whatever siblings you have, because if you die without a will, under the laws of this jurisdiction, your children inherit. That's your position.
Correct.
And it's your position that her father, with whom you lived for how long?
8 years.
Wanted you to have that money. You consider yourself his common law wife.
Well, right, yeah, in a way, yes.
Before I get to the actual dollars in this case, which really aren't a lot, according to what I see here, you say that there was about $6,000.
A little over that when my father passed away.
When he died, and that there was some $3,000 left in the account that you did in fact take.
My sister went and closed the account out because she lived by the bank, right?
So that at this point, according to your complaint, owes you $3,000.
Right.
Correct?
I don't owe her anything.
Just a second. I understand
Sorry.
your position, and your position was that there was more money in that account and that Ernest wanted you to have that money.
Yes, he did.
Okay. My primary concern, Miss Davenport, quite frankly, is with you, after reading your complaint. Because neither the complaint nor the answer told me how long the defendant lived with your father. But it was a long time.
Yes.
Your father died of cancer.
Yes, he did.
How long was he ill?
Probably really ill for the last 6 months. He wasn't, fortunately, it went fairly fast for,
No, he was ill for 9 months.
Well.
And the last month was really tough on him.
Nobody ever disputed that.
Miss Davenport, you just said to her, nobody ever disputed that.
She did take care of my father.
I quite frankly am at a loss then why you're here and why you've pursued this lawsuit.
Because if she had asked for the money or something, it would have been, we probably would have given it to her. My father left her a $10,000 life insurance policy. He left her a paid-for house, and my father told me not too long before he died that between the money in his checks.
How much money in stocks did he have?
He had 506 shares of stock worth probably $32 to $34
He wanted
a
me
share.
to... Oh.
Which, worth what?
Between $32 and $34 a share.
What were his total assets?
$40,000 maybe.
$40,000. And how many siblings are there?
5.
Okay. During the last 6 to 9 months, when your companion was ill and you were caring for him, how many times then, not counting Miss Davenport, did the other 4 children come down and say to you, you're taking care of him, I know he's very sick, would like to help you out for...
None.
All right, I believe that.
None.
Shh, I believe that. Now, Miss Davenport, you tell me, how many times did you go there and care for him for more than a day?
For more than a day?
More than a day.
More than a day, I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
I lived a long ways away, and I have a small child at home. I went down there probably, I think, 4 times in 6 months before he passed away.
Then, Miss Davenport, let me tell you this. This is not going to be a very long case. As far as I'm concerned, you ought to lean over and kiss both of her hands and her feet. Because she took care of your father. She showered him. She made sure he got to the bathroom. She washed him.
Yes, she did.
Quiet. She fed him. She made sure that he was taken care of, something that if she wasn't around, either his children would have had to do, and had to do something about taking care of your children and your small children and your brothers and sisters, their jobs and everything else, or you would have had to have put him in some sort of an institution, which would have cost money, probably more than your $40,000 that you got, or you would have had to have paid somebody substantially more than $3,000 over 6 months to take care of him. Now, something that you said really irritates me. And what you said to me was, if she would have asked us, we would have given it to her. She didn't have to be asked to take care of your father. She took care of your father. She didn't have to be asked to take him to the bathroom.
Can I say something yet?
Just a second. She took him there. So, and we're not talking about your entire inheritance of $40,000. What your complaint is, Miss Davenport, is that for a period of immediately before and immediately after his death, she went to the bank and withdrew at $300 increments half, you say half, of what was in that account, which was $3,000. So I, quite frankly, don't understand you at all. You couldn't get a nurse for $3,000 a month to take care of a critically ill cancer patient at home. So now that I've said my piece, you can say yours.
Thank you. For one, if anybody had asked, my father told me didn't want anybody down there trying to take care of him. If anybody had asked, I would have come down there. Like I said, if she had no right to go in there. If he had wanted her to have that money, why didn't she just go in there and take it all out of the bank at once? Why did she have to go in there?
She could have.
10 days in a row and take it out of an ATM machine instead of going into the bank and getting the money out. If that was money was meant for her, that money was not meant for her.
What I'm telling you, you're not following what I'm saying to you. Unfortunately, when parents either get old or, unfortunately, if they become seriously ill, usually, if there is no spouse, children bear the burden of taking care of their parents.
That's right.
And they have to turn their lives upside down, usually, in order to do that. That means that if you have a young child, and if you want to take care of your responsibility to your father, that means that you find a babysitter for your child, you move into his home, you care for him. You didn't have to do that. And your 4 brothers and sisters, well, what are we going to do? Just leave him there to languish? Who's going to feed him?
He was only bedridden like that at the very end.
What's the very end? A month?
For a month, yes, probably.
Well, let's say a month, madam. Who was going to take care of him for a month?
If he would have let me, I would have, but he wouldn't let me.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
You yourself in your complaint says he was a very difficult man.
Yes, he was.
Very difficult. Hard to get along with.
And later today,
according to your papers, your wife was leading you on and then tossing you out.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
And then you were really mad.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Gina Davenport is suing her deceased father's common-law wife, Cleta Agatep, because she took money out of his checking account. Cleta claims the money was rightfully hers.
You took money out of this ATM.
Yes, I did.
How much money did you take out?
I don't, about $1,500.
Now, you have a counterclaim here, which I assume that you filed after they filed their suit.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you understand that because you were not legally married to him, under the laws of the state, because he died without a will, legally, you're not entitled to his money. You understand that?
Okay.
But he did provide for you in other ways. He left a life insurance policy for you?
$10,000.
Okay. So the only thing she says she took out of that joint account was $1,500, and there is at least, in my judgment, she had access to that account clearly through your father, who gave her both his ATM card and his PIN number, which means he gave her total access to that money. More important, there's a moral issue here, Miss Davenport, that I quite frankly, who was able to sleep in her own bed at night with her child next to her and not have to nurse a terminally ill cancer patient who was her father for either a month or 6 months or 9 months, shouldn't be standing in a court trying to recoup from his longtime companion who lovingly cared for him until the end $3,000 or $1,500. You should say, I'm really grateful that somebody who cared for my father, because you yourself in your complaint says he was a very difficult man.
Yes, he was.
Very difficult, hard to get along with. So here you have somebody who took care of you, a very difficult, hard to get along with, terminally ill father, and you're here over pennies. Well, I'm here to tell you, your case is dismissed. I'm also here to tell you that you're not entitled to any more than what you got. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Out the back door to your right.
And now the next case.
Parties on Thomas versus Simonetta. Step forward, please.
25-year-old mechanic Christopher Thomas is suing 34-year-old Stephen Simonetta for assault. Christopher claims the fight started because he is romantically involved with Stephen's estranged wife.
Mr. Thomas, you are living with the defendant's soon-to-be ex-wife.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long was he separated from his wife?
I think it was a couple of months.
And do you know how long they were married?
9 years.
You have children?
Yes, 2.
And they live with your wife?
With her, yeah.
And she was living with him?
Yes.
Okay. Where did this assault take place, sir?
In our home.
You were living with his wife and their 2 children in her home?
Yes.
That she used to share with him?
They never shared it.
They never lived there together?
I think maybe a total of 1 week.
So the assault took place in the home. Tell me about it.
I got off work and I went in the bedroom to take off my work clothes and change. And I heard the defendant and walk in and...
Is your girlfriend?
Yes.
His wife?
Yes. And he started arguing with my witness, Christy. And then he comes storming in the bedroom and shut the door behind him and threatened me and told me that I had to leave out of the house and asked me if I was going to move out. Then stormed in, got him outside, and they were leaving. And then he came running back in the house, and he goes, hit me. And I said...
He said to you, hit me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't answer him, and the next thing I know, Christy's helping me up off the floor.
Now, Mr. Simonetta?
Simonetta.
Mr. Simonetta, you, sir, don't deny that you hit him.
No, I don't. In self-defense, I didn't just run in the house and start hitting on him, no.
According to your papers, your wife was leading you on and then tossing you out.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
And according to you, in your answer, when this gentleman went off to jail for a period of time, and your wife is a little bit lonely because he's not around. Is that what happened, Mr. Simonetta?
Yes.
So she gives you a call one night. I mean, that's not all in here. I'm just sort of putting it together. So she gives you a call and says, I miss you, honey, come home.
While we were trying to get resolved, being he was out and we could get established our relationship back together, being there was nobody around to interfere with it. And
That's what was in your head.
Yes.
But clearly it was not in your wife's head.
No.
Right?
Right.
She just didn't like to be alone for that couple of months.
Apparently, yeah, yes.
Because as soon as he came out of jail...
The day before I got restraining order, kicked right back.
Mr. Simonetta, just look at me,
Yes,
sir.
I was mad.
You were really, really mad. Now, I don't tell you you didn't have a right to be mad.
Yeah.
You just got mad at the wrong person. You understand that? It's easier to blame him, maybe. The truth of the matter is, he probably didn't like the idea that she was playing both guys any more than you did. He didn't know.
He didn't know.
So if he didn't know, then he couldn't have been playing it. It was all
He didn't know until later on into the relationship when I ended up just discussing this and confronting him with it.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
You're not following me, sir. What are you, thick?
Yes, you're right. I was sleeping in the house. The kids were waking up to me, yes.
And sometimes they wake up and find him sleeping in the house with their mother, right?
Apparently, yes.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Fighting over a woman. Christopher Thomas wants medical bills and lost wages from Stephen Simonetta.
Mr. Simonetta?
I understand.
I want you to look at me now, and you tell me how it happened.
The day, a week before it happened, we were going to get together and go to the house and see what happened, what was going to, go on, whether they were playing roommate or boyfriend and girlfriend or what, I didn't know. Just a roommate set up. Yeah, and I was stupid. Me fell into the whole the game, into believing it. We made a date. We was going to go up to the house, see the kids, talk about what was going to go on. He was supposed to be there. I told her on the way up there I was going to confront him, ask him if anything was going on. Was it a roommate thing or a boyfriend-girlfriend thing? I walked into the house. I went into the back room. I was with the kids for a minute. I went into the back half of the house.
What did you say to him when you started talking?
I said, so are you guys still got a relationship going on or what? She came up and started saying something. I walked into the room. I shut the door behind me. I said, are you sleeping with her? He said, yes. I opened the door back up. I said, are you sleeping with her? And he said, yes. She heard him say that. I said, there it is there. I turned and walked out the house. I said, it's through. I walked out the house. I got out to the curb. I thought about losing my kids. The family was dead. I didn't want to, it started eating at me. I ran back into the house. He was in the corner of the kitchen. I said, you ruined my life. He went like this, and I clocked him. He hit the ground. I turned around and walked out of the house, and that was my story. That was it.
Mr. Simonetta,
Yeah.
everything that you said to me, I'm sympathetic about. Other than the fact that you hit him. Because your kids were home.
My kids were outside when it happened.
Kids were home.
Okay.
I mean, I don't understand the kind of environment these children are growing up in anyway. One night you're sleeping in the house, one night he's sleeping in the house,
No,
one night she's sleeping in the house with him, one night he's sleeping in the house.
Place.
What?
I had my own house.
But you did sleep in that house. You told me
No.
for a while.
I came back to the house when he left for 2 weeks.
I
the day
understand.
before I got.
So the kids-
I had my own apartment at that time.
You're not listening to me, Mr. Simonetta. The kids are waking up seeing, for 2 weeks, according to you,
Yeah,
you
'cause
sleeping
everything-
in the house?
It was going to work out. Yes, you're right.
You're not following
You're right,
me,
yes.
sir. What are you, thick?
Yes, you're right. I was sleeping in the house. The kids were waking up to me, yes.
And sometimes they wake up and find him sleeping in the house with their mother, right?
Apparently, yes.
And sometimes, according to you, your kids wake up and find him sleeping with her,
Yes.
according to you?
Mm-hmm.
Judy is ready to rule.
You had no right to hit him, Mr. Simonetti. You got to pay for it. Where are your medical bills?
Your Honor.
What?
He also, at my prior house, let's see, he came through the door looking for me, and I was not there, and he assaulted and busted up some furniture.
Who cares about that? What does that have to do with this case?
I was just letting you know that this ain't the first time that he was wanting to threaten me and hurt me.
Let me explain something to you, sir. This is some piece of work. Now, she's not here today to defend herself to any of this, right? But what I'm hearing, and I believe him because he pretty much almost admitted to me that whatever he did, he shouldn't have done. He assaulted you, and I'm going to give you money for that. I'm going to give you what you're asking for, in all probability. You know, your medical bills, right?
Yes.
You're entitled to that. He had no reason to hit him, Mr. Simonetta. And the fact that he's only suing you for $1,200 to me is very interesting because really, he was injured. You injured him, clocked him.
Yep.
He passed out. Plaintiff in the amount of $1,200 as requested. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And on the next...
Schnabel versus Timon. Step forward, please.
59-year-old insurance broker Phil Schnabel says Steve Timmons broke his car windshield and bent his antenna in a fight over Phil's missing daughter.
All rise. Judge, this is case number 308 on the calendar in the matter of Schnabel versus Timon. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Mr. Schnabel, this lawsuit really has its genesis in a problem with your daughter. Is that right?
That's correct.
From what I gather from these papers, and I try to sift through them because they were kind of difficult to follow, your daughter was in a relationship with a defendant.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Something happened, which you're going to tell me about, and you claim that he damaged your car.
That's correct.
Why don't you tell me how that came about, sir?
Your Honor, it was the evening of June 27th of this year, and I was at home. I lived about 35 miles from the residence that my daughter shared with Steve. It was about 9:30 in the evening. I received a phone call from my daughter saying, "Dad, come get me. I'm at Steve's." And she hung up.
Had she ever done that before, sir?
She had,
How many times?
once,
How long had she been with him?
8 months probably. That's a guesstimate.
And how old is she?
32.
Go ahead.
I called back and immediately, and Steve answered the phone, said that she had been drinking, that she was intoxicated, that he had thrown her out of the house, that she had left in her car, and I said, "I'll be right there." I arrived, asked him, "Where is she?" "I don't know, don't care," in effect. Immediately across the street from the duplex that they shared is a large primitive area, probably 80, 100 acres of Douglas fir, undergrowth, nettles, blackberries, a very steep ravine. And at that point, we're standing in the front yard, and I heard her call out, "Help me." And it came from the vicinity, or this primitive area. I took off toward the area, and a neighbor came out because I was calling her name, and by now it's 11 o'clock, 11:15, somewhere in that vicinity. And I was not getting an answer back. I just could hear, "Help me." And they came out, loaned me a flashlight. I tried to get down, but it was just too steep. I went back to the house and engaged Steve in a discussion. We got in an argument. And
Well, tell me about that.
Well, I asked him, I said, "Why didn't you keep her here? If she was intoxicated, why didn't you keep her here?" And he says, "Well, I couldn't control her, and I threw her out. She got in her car. She went down, missed the corner, ran into a neighbor's yard, blew a tire, took out a bunch of their cyclone fence, backed the car out, managed to get it back into the driveway, and then he threw her out again." And with that, obviously, she took off. I said, "You're part of the problem." And with that, he said, "Out of here." And I realized that he didn't care anything. Missed, and he jumped back, and we stood there looking at one another, and finally, for my daughter. And I hit him in the stomach and tried to hit him in the jaw, and for my daughter. And I hit him in the stomach and tried to hit him in the jaw. And I said, "This isn't finding her. I'm leaving." I bent down, picked up my cell phone that had fallen on the ground, walked over to my car, around on the passenger side, opened the door, and in a rage, he came running over to the side of the passenger side of the car, took the heel of his hand, smashed it into the windshield. I said, "Now that's going to cost you." Got into the car, turned the key, and of course the power antenna came up. Well, he's standing right there, so he grabs that, he bends that over. He grabbed the windshield wiper, and he spun that around, and I backed out and left.
Does your daughter have a drinking problem?
She does.
For how long?
To my knowledge, about, probably 5, 6 years, as it turns out. It's been fairly
Before
well
she
hidden.
met Steve?
Yes.
All right, well, there are a lot of questions that I have for you, but I'm going to let Mr. Timmons... Steve?
Yes.
All right, well, there are a lot of questions that I have for you, but I'm going to let Mr. Timmons...
Well, his daughter has a problem drinking. And we've gone through it for a long time and tried on numerous occasions to get her help. I told her if there was another incident with the police that she was going to have to move out. And when it did happen, when she was released into Phil's custody.
You mean there had been an arrest before?
2 weeks before.
Is that right, Mr. Sheindlin?
That's correct.
What happened in that incident?
Again, she was at my house drinking, and police got involved and arrested her for that. And that was the last straw.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
You decided it wasn't your problem anymore. But you, just as a human being, you don't allow somebody who's intoxicated to go wandering off into the brush where she could have really been killed.
And later today,
You didn't give me the money until Friday.
Till Friday, you got the money way before then.
No, I didn't.
Now,
you know what? I kept a journal of everything.
Well, kept a journal
Miss
of
Landros,
you got the money.
Talk to the judge, please.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Phil Schnabel says his daughter's ex-boyfriend, Steve Timmons, damaged his car during a fistfight. Steve claims Phil's daughter is an alcoholic and caused the incident.
Tell me what happened with his car. After he assaulted you, where did he hit you?
In the chest and in the head.
That's pretty much what he says. What happened with his car?
I told him after he did that I was going to call the police, and he needed to leave my property. So we walked to his car. He was screaming and yelling. I was screaming and yelling. I hopped in his car, started it up, started revving the engine up, and just sitting there. As I approached his car and told him that he needed to leave and that I was going to call the police, he put it in gear. I pushed up against his car. I don't know why, but didn't know if he was coming after me or my car or what the deal was. He put it in gear.
So the bottom line is, on that evening, gentlemen, you both lost your tempers.
That's correct.
Mr. Schnabel, that you physically put your hands on the defendant first.
I did.
That you physically put your hands on the defendant first.
I did.
Out of anger.
I did.
And yet you're complaining that he, according to you, put his hands on your car out of anger, right?
After I'd indicated that I was leaving.
What difference does it make?
Okay.
I mean, you expect a certain amount of compassion as a result of your being very upset. You assaulted him because you were upset that he hadn't taken better care of your daughter, right?
That's correct.
He didn't sue you for assault.
There was some pushing prior to that, so.
No,
Well,
there
incidental
wasn't pushing.
That's correct.
You know, even according to your complaint, there wasn't incidental pushing. You lost your temper. While I'm sympathetic because you clearly have a situation in your family that's tragic, but Mr. Schnabel, I'm unsympathetic, sir, with your lawsuit against the defendant. Unsympathetic for whatever damage he caused to your car, because you expect him to understand your frustration, which resulted in you really assaulting him. I mean, you told me in your papers. You punched him in the stomach, you said you hit him in the head, and yet even if he got so angry because he was assaulted that he smashed the windshield of your car, which was in movement, clearly.
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
It was just sitting there? You were sitting in the car?
I wasn't even in the car yet when he smashed the windshield.
You mean you assaulted him and then he went and hit your car?
That's correct. I was...
Instead of hitting you, he hit your car.
It wasn't because he didn't try, Your Honor.
But you hit him first,
That's
Mr.
correct.
Schnabel.
I did.
All I can tell you, sir, is this. Anger is a much easier emotion for people to live with than sorrow or frustration. It's much easier to be angry with somebody else than it is to internalize within your own family situation. He didn't create the situation with your daughter. According to you, it's been going on for a long time, even before she met him. So it's not his fault. I mean, if it were his fault, they would have been together for years and he would have been an enabler with her. But I don't get that sense. I get the sense you've been having difficulty with her for a long time. He got frustrated, finally. Mr. Timmon, what you did wasn't the right thing. You understand that, sir?
I do.
There are certain things that you can do to be protective just as a human being. I understand that you were frustrated. I understand that she had a problem. You had a short-term relationship. You decided it wasn't your problem anymore, right? And you wanted clear of it. But you, just as a human being, you really been killed. You would have felt terrible. It's a very unfortunate situation. Really been killed. You would have felt terrible. It's a very unfortunate situation. But Mr. Schnabel, the defendant understood that. I have no countersuit here for assault. He certainly didn't press charges against you for assault, which he could have. The damage to your car was $400. That's what the punch is going to cost you, sir. This case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Back to your right, please.
And now the next case.
Parties on Landeros versus James. Step forward, please.
24-year-old Marlo Landeros says her former friend, 23-year-old Latasha James, owes her $240 for a cell phone bill.
Miss Landeros, you claim that the defendant owes you $240 for a cell phone bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me how that came about.
Okay, Latasha James, she's a former friend of mine in which I met at our previous employment about 5 months ago. And sometime in August, she purchased a cellular phone. I told her that if she knew somebody with the phone, that she could get it connected so it would be cheaper. In a conversation she had one time, she said that the sales rep at the phone company had told her that if she knew somebody with the phone, that she could get it connected so it would be cheaper for her. We took it.
She had the phone. She had bought the phone.
Yes, she purchased the phone. She gave me her phone to take to my phone company and to activate it under our account so she wouldn't have to prepay for her minutes. In other words, when the bill came in, I would tell her how much it was. It would be cheaper for her. And that's why I was doing this favor for her. And when I did it, I let her know. I said, I'm on a 1-year contract. I said, they're probably going to put you on a contract also. She gave me $55 just in case if they did require anything.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
The reason that you asked her to co-sign for you is that you wouldn't have to prepay.
Correct.
Of course I'm correct.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Marlo Landeros is suing Latasha James because she didn't pay for a $240 cell phone bill. Latasha claims she owes much less.
Okay, so you went.
Yes.
And you activated her phone.
That's correct.
And how much did it cost you?
I was required to put down a $50 fee for activation fee.
And she had given you $55.
Yes.
So you
I
had
returned the $5 to her.
She returned the $5.
Yes, she did. Okay. When I went to return the phone to her house that night, I went in and it was a pink paper. And I said, "Here's your phone number." I said, "It's, you know," I said, "You."
So she had a phone number, and she had her phone.
Yes, and it was working.
Okay. Correct?
Correct.
Good.
The next time I called her was when the first bill was due, and I called where we used to work. She wasn't there. It was a Friday, and I called her on a Friday because we used to get paid every Friday.
So you called her and you said, "Bill due."
Yes. Okay.
How much was the bill? Her bill?
$42. Okay.
Did she give you the $42?
Yes, she did. She paid me after the due date. Yes.
Okay.
Arrived early, so I wanted to notify her early because that bill came to $192.
When was the next bill that came in?
Okay, the next bill came in 2 weeks later because the bill arrived early. So I wanted to notify her early because that bill came to $192.27.
Did she pay you the $192.27?
No, she has not paid me the $192.27.
Where do we get to $240?
$240 is the 1-year contract that I made, and I did tell her of. And I cut off her phone.
You cut off the phone, but
so it's for the remaining 10 months.
How much a month?
$24 a month.
Well, it's $24 a month, but what about the $192.27?
She hasn't paid me that. She has promised to pay me, but she has not paid me.
How much do you owe the phone company right now on her behalf?
$614.20.
Did you say that you were planning to pay the bills?
Okay, Your Honor, to clarify the whole bill situation. When I got the phone with her, I did give her $55. She did connect my phone for me. She brought my phone to me. She brought me my $5, okay? 2 weeks later, she calls me. I go, "How much is the bill?" She told me how much it was. When I got the money a couple of days later, she called.
What do you mean when you got the money?
I had to get the money together because I got the message kind of late and I had to pay child care. So I got the money from a family member. 2 weeks later, she calls me again. She goes, "The phone bill came in, you owe me $192. And I'm like, "Okay." I go, "I want to see this bill." She goes, "Okay, you can see the bill." So I'm thinking she's going to bring me the bill the next couple of days, drop it off to me.
Why don't you go pick it up?
I don't know where she lives at.
Why does she have to come to you to show you your bill for your phone?
Well, I could have got it, but the time I get off work, it's really late at night time. I get off at around almost 9 o'clock at night.
So?
Well, I could have did that.
You didn't. So you owe her this $192.27.
And I don't have a discrepancy with the whole owing her the $192. The discrepancy is the $240. I never received a contract. I never seen a contract. My contract was not a year. Mine was as I paid. I prepaid it. That's how mine was.
You weren't prepaying, madam. The reason that you asked her to co-sign for you is that you wouldn't have to prepay.
Correct.
Of course I'm correct. Right now, it seems to me that you asked this lady, who was really a stranger, to do you a favor, to put your phone on her bill.
Correct.
And if you think that I'm going to allow her to be out one dime.
I'm not saying that she's allowed to be out one dime. I owe her $192.
No,
That's
she's going to be billed on her phone for a year's contract for you.
A year's contract that I did not tell her to cancel. She brought me the bill the day it was due. If she would have brought me my bill before then, not the day it was due, and then called me the next day and asked me for money, and my phone is disconnected, I'm only going to pay what I owe. And all I owe her is $192, not $240. I did not tell her to cancel the service.
Miss James, she canceled the service because she was having a lot of aggravation with you.
She didn't have any aggravation with me. She called me on the phone.
I could see that she was having a lot of aggravation because first you tell her the first bill that's a small bill, you tell her
there was never a bill. I asked her for the bills before then. I never seen any bills.
The first time she called and told you what your bill was for $42, you gave her a story that you didn't have the money right away. You just told that to me. You said you had to get it because you had some child care expenses.
Correct, but I was not told that she called.
Just a second. That is not her problem that you have child care expenses.
I never said it was her problem. That's why I made sure she got her money the very next day. That's not the discrepancy here.
No, you didn't give her the money the very next day. You didn't give her the $42 for the first bill the very next day. You know that, and I know that.
It was the next day. She didn't get it the same day when I talked to her.
You didn't give me the money until Friday.
Till Friday? You got the money way before then.
No, I didn't.
Now,
yes,
you know what?
did.
I kept a journal of everything.
Well, kept a journal
Miss
of
Landros,
you got the money.
Talk to the judge, please.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
Miss Landros.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't believe that this lady is going to pay you the $192.27. I don't believe she's going to pay you that. Because I see that she thinks that she's right. She thinks that you do her a favor, you connect total stranger's bill up to your phone, then you got to keep calling her for the money. Then she and worked out the arrangements herself with you right there. Instead, she gave you the phone and said, go ahead and do it.
I was working.
That's not her problem. Since when is she a partner in your misery? Since when is the stranger a partner in your problems? If you were so interested in making sure everything was going to be done just the way you wanted to, you should have said,
However, she's appointment coordinator. 2 different schedules. Lunch hours different.
You always have an excuse for doing the
No,
wrong thing.
I'm not making an excuse.
You got an excuse for everything.
There is no excuse.
Everything.
I owe her $100.
Well, so, let me hear about why she would scratch your car. Did you see her scratch your car?
Yes, I have a witness that's seen her scratch my car.
Well, first tell me why you think she would want to scratch your car.
Well, we were co-worker at one time, and Ms. Golden is primarily responsible for answering phone and data entry. Her business, as far as with my company, is strictly upfront, answering phones and data entry. She has no business in the back of the warehouse at the particular time when she was seen in the back of our warehouse at all, period.
Why would she want to key your car, sir?
I have no idea. She felt that I had some sort of attitude towards her, which I did not.
What caused you to leave the job?
It was through a temporary assignment, and I got canned because of Fred Davis.
So you were fired because of him?
Yeah.
Why?
We weren't talking previously before I worked there, and as the months went on, he finally, said good morning, because he was the type of person that would walk by you and wouldn't say good morning. He had a major attitude. And so one morning he approached me and we began talking, and he would always come up to me and start saying how he needs a real good woman and how he's lonely, and he wants to know if I had any homegirls or friends I could set him up with.
Homegirls?
Yeah, that's what he said. That was his words. Do you have any homegirls that I could set you up with? So finally I introduced him to my friend Bridget, who's a good friend of mine. And they went out at a club, And she can tell you basically what kind of person he was with the attitude. And they didn't get along, so I guess he felt since their relationship didn't work out that I would have some reason to do something.
Well, what makes you think he had you fired?
Because I wrote him a note saying that he had a bad attitude. I would always tell him all the time, you have a bad attitude, maybe that's why you're by yourself. And so I wrote him a note because one morning he wouldn't talk to me when I was asking him. So I wrote a note and said, you have an attitude problem, that's why you're by yourself. And he showed it to my boss.
Did you show this note to your boss?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Here's the note right here.
Why did you show the note to your boss?
I have no idea what her intentions were. She seemed like she was upset about something. I had no idea what that might be. Just so that I don't have any kind of confrontation and everything is out in the open, I took that note and I showed it to her boss. Her boss said, well, we're not happy with her performance, and just hang tight. Don't say anything to her. Just leave her completely alone. Don't have any kind of talkings or dealings with her. And
they fired her?
I knew already prior to me leaving that Friday that my assignment was over. So it wasn't like, you know, because I didn't want to be there because it was only part-time, and the agency was finding me more
hours. All right, now this note was written on the 17th of November?
Yes, right around that time, yes.
When was your car keyed?
The 21st of November.
Were you still working there?
Yeah, that was my last day of work, that Friday.
Oh, okay. And you didn't see her key your car?
No, ma'am, I did not.
But you say you have a witness who did see her key your car?
Yes, I do.
Is that witness here?
Yes, he is right here.
Step up, sir. Tell me your name.
My name is Salvador Vasquez.
Mr. Vasquez, do you work at the same place that these people work?
No, I don't.
Where do you work?
I work behind his company. I was around the area on lunchtime. I get off at 11:45 to 12:30, and I saw this lady around the time pacing in the back of his warehouse, like 3 or 4 times, and she decided to walk around to his car. But I didn't see her doing it, but I saw her around there, and then she left.
So, just a second. So you didn't see her do anything except be there?
Be there around his car.
Did you see her do any hand motions, or did you just see her there?
I saw her there. That's it.
I have something.
Yes.
Can you tell me what time he said that happened?
You said it was lunchtime.
Like around, it was around, I get off 11:45 to 12:30, but she was around there around 12.
Okay, because at this time I usually go relieve the receptionist from the switchboard from 12 to 1. So I was at the front desk relieving her for lunch when that happened.
Do you have a car parked in that lot?
No, I parked my car in front of the building because they have parking for the employees, and I just decided to park on the street for the whole entire 4 months that I was there.
Had you ever seen her before?
No, that was the first time I saw her there.
How did you identify her?
Well, she was like, her hair, like, you know, like down, tight, and then she was wearing like a sweater and then something black, like a skirt. I was seeing her like looking back and forth, walking around for a while. But
so
I didn't know what she was looking for.
Did you see her face?
Yeah, I did. But she like, you know, round face, black, you know.
When was the next time you saw her?
No, that was the first and last time I saw her.
Now, if you look at her now, is this the same lady that you saw? Are you positive of that?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Now, I want you to look at her. Are you positive that this is the same lady that you saw?
You don't know.
Just, sir.
Yes.
Very important.
Yes.
As you're standing here today, you're looking at the defendant. Is this the same person that you saw in the parking lot that day?
Yes, ma'am.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have, that was on a Friday, which was casual day, so I wouldn't go to work with a skirt and a sweater on. I had on just jeans and a regular old blouse because it was casual day.
How do you remember that?
Because it was the last day of my job. I mean, I was hurt. I remember the day. I have a son to raise. I count all my pennies, believe me.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
You have a major attitude, and that was what this was all about. Setting you up with somebody.
Obviously, you can see who's got the attitude.
And later today.
How long did you go out with Mr. Charmer over here?
Not one day.
Not one day? You didn't go out with him at all?
Well, I did, but it was a mistake.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Fred Davis says former co-worker Kendall Golden damaged his BMW after she was fired from her job.
Miss Golden, this man has no axe to grind. He's not a friend. You're not a friend of his,
Oh,
are
no,
you?
I'm not.
He's just a civilian witness. And this clearly, you understand, Mr. Davis, is a case of circumstantial evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You had the opportunity. Based upon what you've both told me today, you certainly had the inclination because you think he was responsible for getting you fired.
No.
Oh, sure. But you seem to indicate that here, that he, and you indicated that to me.
But that was brought on too by him kept bugging me,
Whatever
constantly
it was,
asking me.
You thought that he was getting you fired. This was your last day of work. You just told me that you had no reason to be in the back parking lot because you park your car in the front, right? And I have an independent witness who saw you going back and forth in the back parking lot and around
That's
his
not
car.
True. I don't even know where his car was. I don't even, you know. I was at the switchboard. I didn't go outside, but one time to the warehouse.
I'm not so sure about that. Let me see the damage to your car.
Here's the estimate, and here is the pictures of my vehicle.
I mean, I have no reason to do anything like that.
Sure you did.
I do?
Sure you did. You absolutely did, because you were leaving a job. It was your last day.
But I knew already prior to that. No.
Oh, yeah.
I was in good standing with the company. The boss bought me lunch that day. He told me I can use him as a recommendation because I did good work for their company. So I left in good spirits. I got along well with everybody, and that was it. I never got into any altercations at all with anybody there.
I'm going to ask you one more time, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any question in your mind that this is the lady that you saw?
No, no question at all.
No question at all?
No.
Judgment in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,054.12, which is the amount of your estimate.
Thank you.
That's
Parties
all.
are excused. You may step out. Out the back door to your right, please.
I'm not one to point the finger unless
Yes,
I
you are.
feel
You have a major attitude, and that was what this was all about. Setting you up with somebody.
Obviously, you can see who's got the attitude. I have not said nothing but, stated my case, and that's it.
And now the next case.
Parties on Guerrero versus Monroy. Step forward, please.
18-year-old telemarketer Mayolo Guerrero says his co-worker, 22-year-old David Monroy, assaulted him, breaking his jaw. David Monroy says Mayolo attacked him.
Mr. Guerrero, you claim that the defendant, who was a former co-worker of yours, assaulted you and fractured your jaw. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
He says that he just got in the first punch. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So why don't you start at the beginning, Mr. Guerrero, and tell me what happened?
Well, what all happened is a couple of months ago, the defendant was dating my sister, my twin sister, and they were dating for a couple of months.
Could you speak up, sir?
After a while, she didn't like the way he was treating her, and one night they had a discussion, and she told him that she didn't want to talk to him no more, and she hung up on him. He called back, later, a couple of minutes later, he was mad, and I picked up the phone, and he said if he could speak with my sister. I replied that she didn't want to speak with him, and it was better if he didn't call no more. So he got mad, and he was pretty good friends with one of the managers of the place where we worked at.
So you both worked in the same place?
Yes, we did.
What kind of work did you do?
For a home improvement company.
What kind of work did you do?
Telemarketing.
Marketing.
Marketing?
Yeah, marketing.
On the phone?
Yeah.
Okay. You
And,
call people and try to convince them to have their home improved?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And
That's right.
after that, he was pretty good friends with the manager, the office manager there, and I guess he got mad because of the incident. He got him to lay me off. So I got laid off. After that, I went somewhere else, right? Looked for another job. A week later, I returned to the office to pick up a check for a sale that I had made. And when I finished, talking to the office manager, as I was leaving the office, Mr. Monroy approached me, and he asked me if he could talk with me for a couple of seconds. So I said, yeah, it was fine. We were walking out, and as he was on my left side walking, and all of a sudden we got to a hall, and as we got to the hall, he came behind me, and out of nowhere, he hit me on my right side here. I then fell down. I hit my head against the wall. And then he yelled something about I've never done something about how he never did anything to me, and then he took off. I went to the hospital to see if anything was wrong with it, and they checked it out and they said it was fractured, and I was in there overnight for 2 days. I couldn't return to work because my jaw was wired shut for 3 weeks.
I'll look at your medical bills in a minute. Okay, sir, let me hear your version of what happened. Over here.
Well, what happened was that we used to work at a different company before, and then I went to this other company, and I decided to get him a job over there because I was trying to help the guy out, whatever. And I was seeing his sister, but I was seeing other females as well, you know what I'm saying, and I kept that all open. And he didn't like that because he'd hear about my stories and da-da-da. And,
No.
And,
not yeah. We're not watching Seinfeld, sir. This is a court.
Yeah.
All right?
I mean,
so,
all right.
No, Mr.
Anyway,
Monroy,
so
Mr.
I let
Monroy,
him know.
try not to speak over me. You were dating his sister.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're saying to me is that at work, when you were working together, you were talking to him about other women that you were dating too.
No, I wasn't. I didn't say that.
Well, what
I
were
said
you
I was
saying?
talking about other females, and he overheard me. He heard me, and telling other people that I work with, just my dates or whatever. I just, go out on a date. And anyway, he didn't take that too well, so he would just start talking, bad about me, just saying bad things. You know what I'm saying? Just rude things that,
Let me give me an example.
It's just things that piss me off, just whatever, just things, you know what I'm saying? I can't sit here and tell you, oh, exactly, he said this and that because I wrote it down, you know what I'm saying? No, I didn't write it down. I mean, this is what I told him. I said, you keep doing this, coming to my job, because he didn't work there no more. He kept coming back, trying to get his job, and trying to get a job.
No,
So
I'm
what
telling him to be
happened-
quiet. I'm engrossed in your story, Mr. Monroy. So he kept coming back to
Anyway,
try to
he
get
kept
his job.
coming back, harassing me. Okay,
So far, I haven't heard him harass you. All I heard was a lot of yada, yada, yada. So unless you
well,
could
that's
be more
what harassment
specific.
means now. And so then that's what happened. So I took him out. He came by one day. and I took him
Came by
outside.
one day.
I told him I want to talk to you outside because I already had notified him about bringing this kind of problems in my job. You know what I mean? Telling my boss that I smoke whatever and whatever, just causing problems.
Just a second. Do you?
Of course not. I would never.
Never.
Never,
Never, Mr.
never.
Monroy.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
How old are you?
21.
Better change your ways, sir, if you want to live to be 22.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Mayolo Guerrero wants his co-worker, David Monroy, to pay the medical bills for breaking his jaw.
So you asked him to step outside with you, right?
Well, basically, yes. I told him to go outside.
And what happened when you got outside?
Well, we just were outside and
No,
we were
over
walking.
here.
Check it out. Okay. Listen, we're outside, okay? We walk outside. He's real paranoid because he already knew I was going to, you know what I mean? So he turns around and I just, did what I do. How else do you want me to put it, Judge? You know what I'm saying?
So you hit him. Right?
That's what this is all about.
So you hit him.
Uh-huh.
Boy, I wish I could send him for a blood test right now. Mr. Monroy,
Mm-hmm.
when was the last time you were arrested, sir?
Never been arrested, convicted.
I didn't ask you whether you've ever been convicted, sir.
I told
said
you
to
I've never been arrested or convicted.
Never?
Well, as an adult, no.
Can I see your medical bills, please?
This here was the before one, and this is the after the one that my medical insurance didn't cover.
Mr. Guerrero, your medical bills that were uncovered amounted to $2,433. Is that
Yes,
right,
sir.
sir?
Mm-hmm.
They were uncovered by insurance.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, Mr. Guerrero, you sued for the exact amount of your unreimbursed
Yeah.
medical bills. Could you tell me why, sir, you didn't sue him for the pain and suffering? I assume you had some pain and suffering. I'm just curious.
I did. I mean, to this point, I just wanted to get the medical bills out of the way. That was my main priority. I didn't really care if I got anything from my pain and suffering or lost wages or anything like that. I just wanted
Are you
to
his
get that.
sister?
Mm-hmm.
Yes is an
Yes.
appropriate answer. Step up here a second. What's your name?
Yolanda Guerrero.
How old are you?
18.
How long did you go out with Mr. Charmer over here?
Not one day.
Not one day? You didn't go out with him at all?
Well, I did, but it was a mistake.
I asked you, how long did you go out with him?
Just for about a month and a half.
Did he ever use drugs in your presence?
Yes, he did.
What kind?
It's not even relevant, though, man.
What kind?
Marijuana.
Anything else?
Not that I remember.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
All right. You say he assaulted you. I don't know what his defense
All of a
is to
sudden,
this.
I was
I don't
high
know.
when I did it, too, huh?
I don't know what his defense is. I couldn't figure out from the answer what his defense
There
was.
wasn't no defense, you know what I'm saying? He came to my job where I work at.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we fought, so, you know, what can you expect if you're coming, you know what I'm saying? Coming to somebody telling him, oh, you're my sister, da-da-da. You know?
How old are you?
21.
Can I
Better
say
change your
something?
ways, sir, if you want to live to be 22. Listen, it's not a very difficult case. The judgment in this case is for the plaintiff for the amount requested, which represents his unreimbursed medical bills, $2,433. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. 22-year-old Gracie Braun is suing her best friend's mother, Rita Holguin, for using her Sears credit card and not repaying her. Rita is countersuing for the years that she supported Gracie.
Order. All rise. Quiet, please. Judge, this is number 349 on the calendar, the matter of Braun versus Holguin. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Have seats, please.
I read these papers. Let me see if I understand this. Miss Braun, you lived with the defendant for many years. Mm-hmm. Lived in her home.
Yes.
You were friends or friends of one of her children. Is that right?
Yes.
How old were you when you moved into her house?
18.
And how many years did you live there?
Till April 21st of 1996.
And how old were you?
I was 20.
So you lived there for 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
And did you get married? Is that why you left?
Mm-hmm.
According to your papers, there was a time when you allowed the defendant to use your Sears credit card, I believe on 3 occasions, and the total bill was about $500. That's what you're suing her for?
Yes.
She's quite offended, right?
That's right.
Tell me why.
Well, because of the fact that, you know, I opened my doors for her. You know, she was my daughter's best friend. And so I just figured, you know, and she was an 18, she was 17. I have proof because we had, at the time, we decided that she was going to live under our roof. We were going to give her medical and dental insurance to cover for her braces. I have the enrollment forms from my husband's state insurance.
So you covered her health insurance?
I covered her health insurance, her medical insurance. I paid for her homecoming prom dress that I have pictures of. You know, I didn't ask for anything in return. You know, and for her to have the audacity to come back at me for the $530-some, I did pay her back that. I did pay her in cash. I paid her. I never go without paying a debt, and I never thought that I'd have to have a receipt to carry with me to prove that I have paid her, because, you know, she would call me mother, she would call my husband dad. You know, I loved her as a daughter, and she wasn't really anything to me. And the only reason that I feel that she did this is because of the fact that her mother-in-law was upset because I wouldn't come out and give her money for the wedding expenses when she got married.
So this, you believe, is really over money for her wedding?
Exactly.
Tell me about that.
Well, when back at the time that she was getting her wedding arrangements done, we were going to be getting a settlement. My mother was run over and killed back in '95, and I was waiting for a check to come in. And at the time, I was also on disability. I've had back surgery. And I had offered to help out with the wedding expenses, you know, half of the wedding expenses.
That was very nice of you.
Yes, it was.
Why would you want to do that?
Because I loved her.
You have your own family?
Yes, I do.
You have children of your own?
Yes, I do. I have 2 children at home and a grandson and my husband.
And you volunteered to pay for part of the wedding?
Yes, I did.
And then what happened?
And then when the months went and the money wouldn't be coming in, they were getting very stressful.
What do you mean the money wouldn't be coming
the money that was supposed to be coming in for the settlement, and it was getting closer to the wedding, and the mother-in-law was getting very stressful. Where's the money? Where's the money? And I didn't have the money. And what little that I did have, I went ahead and altered her wedding dress, and I had paid for the cleaning. I had paid $100 towards the mariachis, just little things like that. But never did I ever hear that they had, you know, confronted the mother, the biological mother, for any money. After everything that we've done for her, I just can't understand why she comes around and wants to sue me for $532 when it's over an amount of over $5,000 that we have here in receipts.
Let me just take a look and see, because you have a counterclaim, which you understand.
Yes.
I really can't address it. I'm going to tell you why. Because you never had an agreement with her.
Exactly.
That she was going to repay you for your kindnesses.
Yes.
You gave to her because you wanted to. In order for me to entertain your countersuit, I have to find that there was a contract, even if it was a verbal one, for her to pay you. And there wasn't one.
Exactly.
Okay. So let me take a look at some of these things.
There is the orthodontist bill way at the back. It shows $1,000 paid towards her dental work.
Did she pay $1,000 towards your dental work?
Did she? No, she didn't.
Who
I
did?
have
The
copies
insurance.
right here of everything that I paid for. The contract is in my name. So I don't know what she's talking about.
Oh, did you actually pay for her orthodontia?
My husband's medical insurance paid for that, yes.
Now, when you were there for 2 years, 2.5 years, were you going to school?
Yes. I paid rent. I paid her $37.50 a week, which added up to $150 a month.
And what did that include?
I didn't have to pay for groceries or anything. The only thing that we had to pay for was shampoo and detergent, stuff that we used.
Okay. So for $150 a month, you covered your rent, your gas, electric, your food, and whatever other incidental expenses that they may have paid for. They took you out to dinner. When your family went out to dinner, did you go with them?
Yeah.
And when the family went out to dinner and you went with them, were you asked to pay your share? Or
No,
did
sometimes she
they-
would treat, sometimes we would treat. It was never like they paid for everything.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
If you do things for people, then that's out of the kindness of your heart. You don't have to keep a log, oh, I did this, I did this, I did this.
I happen to think you're pretty ungrateful.
And later today,
I don't think he thought anything wrong with the three of you living nicely together. You look like 3 nice people. You could live nicely together.
Yeah, the Golden Girls do it.
What? The Golden Girls do it? He's cute.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Gracie Braun says her best friend's mother, Rita Holguin, used her credit card and never paid her back. Rita says she not only paid her back, but she supported her for over 2 years.
Now tell me about the Sears credit card. Why did you need her Sears credit card?
The time that I used a charge card, it was probably just something that I had to buy, and the money hadn't came in yet, the settlement, and I knew I was going to pay her back. And I specifically remember paying her back because what I do is I put it in a list of who I have to pay. And when I got my settlement, my sister here, she was there when I showed her that I was going to pay Gracie. I entered my daughter's room, and I had the money in my hand. I says, Gracie, would you like for me to go pay the Sears account, or would you do it yourself? She had stated, I'll pay it later, Mom.
Your Honor, I moved out of her house while she was in Hawaii. I went back the night before, and she helped me get the rest of my stuff to take me. I don't know when she came and gave me this money, because I have statements here. She signed her own name on my card, and this one she signed my name. So I don't know if you want to look at these, but she never gave me any money.
But Ms. Braun, tell me about this wedding problem, because that's probably what precipitated this lawsuit. I can't imagine otherwise why you would, after what appears to me to be tremendous kindness by a total stranger to you, you would come into court and sue her for $500.
That wasn't even the thing. I called, I have talked to her on many occasions about this bill. I told her, I cannot afford to pay this anymore because that's not right. You know, she did do a lot of things for me out of the kindness of her heart, which I don't understand why she wants me or why she's patting herself on the back. If you do things for people, then that's out of the kindness of your heart. You don't have to keep a log. Oh, I did this, I did this, I did this.
We're talking about 2.5 or more years of taking care of, really, a total stranger. And there's something else here. I mean, maybe it's about this wedding business. Did you have a big wedding?
Yes, I did.
Did you expect her, was there an arrangement where you expected her to pay for part of the wedding?
I never asked her. She offered.
Offered to pay how much?
For half.
How much was the wedding?
I don't even know. My mother-in-law paid for everything. She made arrangements to pay for the whole thing. She offered to pay for half, so she started adding in, oh, let's have mariachis, let's do this, let's do that, because she was going to pay for half.
Right.
Well, 2 weeks before the wedding, she started saying, I can't pay for this, I can't pay for that, I can't pay for this. I never said anything to her about it. That was never an issue with me.
Were you angry? Was your mother-in-law angry?
No.
And I don't understand why you're suing her.
Because it's money that she charged on my bill. I don't think that I should have to pay that.
And you say you paid her when she came back into the house?
I paid her when I got my settlement. As you can see, I have papers there where I got our check in '96. It was in March of '96 we got a check for $18,000.
How could you pay me in March when you didn't charge till the 2nd of March and the April 18th and 19th? How did you pay me?
Miss Braun.
Anyway,
I don't understand why you're so angry with her.
It's frustrating.
Why is it frustrating?
She's saying she paid me for something she hadn't even charged yet.
No, she said she got her settlement at that time, so she had
That's
the
when
money.
she paid me, in March. She hadn't even charged anything in March until March 2nd and April 18th and 19th.
Miss Braun, I don't know why you're so angry with this lady. It's not what she said. She said she had the money because she got the settlement in March.
Then she should have paid me the money she owed me.
I'm not satisfied that she didn't pay you the money. I happen to think you're pretty ungrateful.
Yes, she is.
She says she paid you. Anybody who takes a total stranger into their house, treats her like one of their own for 2.5 years, when their own mother is not taking care of her, takes care of putting her on their insurance so that at least she has the opportunity of having her teeth fixed, so that she does have medical insurance, even if it's just another $20 a week that's taken out of this man's paycheck to ensure that you are covered by insurance. She fed you. She provided a roof over your head. Right. She treated you like a member of the family.
That's right.
So that means she's a pretty good person. And that means this pretty good person is telling me I paid her. I have to believe a nice person like Miss Holquin would not lie to me about paying you back. So your lawsuit's dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She burned the bridge that she walked on. You know, she doesn't have a family now. You know, she has nobody.
I have a family.
Oh, yeah. All right. That's right.
You guys used her. Thank you that the knight in shining armor came and took you away.
Good.
And now the next case.
Parties on Taylor versus Guillaume. Step forward, please.
50-year-old Hallie Taylor is suing 46-year-old bus driver Patricia Guillaume because of emotional distress while they both lived in the home of a former boyfriend named Lee Coleman. Patricia is countersuing for malicious prosecution.
Well, this is a very unusual complaint and countersuit. You're Lee?
Yes.
The cause of all the trouble. According to these papers, Miss Taylor, you unfortunately became homeless.
Yes.
Lee was a friend of yours.
Yes.
At first, he said that you could sleep in your car in his driveway.
Yes.
But then said, why don't you move into the house? Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Just to be kind.
Yes.
Shortly thereafter, Lee over here extends an invitation to this young lady to also come to the house, to rent a room. Is that right?
Yes. No, that's reverse. That's reverse. That's not... Pat was already there.
This is Pat.
Right.
Lee, you want to step up here? Don't talk to me sitting. Okay. I like when you stand when you talk to me, so come on up here. She was already living there when you invited Miss Taylor to come in to the house?
Yes.
For how long?
Oh, I was still moving my things in. And when I had gotten the last of my belongings in, then he had informed me that she was going to be living there.
Bottom line is, at about the same moment these two women came into your house,
That's not true.
Within days of each other?
Yes.
Lay.
Yes.
Sit down. Within days, you both found yourself living with Lee. You had no idea she was going to be there, and you had no idea she was going to be there.
Yes, I knew she was going to be there because he had already had rented her the room.
But she wasn't living there already?
No.
Okay. And the two of you didn't get along?
No.
You two?
Yes.
And you say because you didn't get along, she caused you all kinds of stress, high blood pressure, hypertension, and you wanted to pay you $5,000.
Yes.
And you are suing her for malicious prosecution.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
She said another thing. If I want to F Lee, I wouldn't wait till you leave. I'll F him while you here.
Lee! Having two women live in your home is not a good idea.
I don't know that.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 50-year-old Hallie Taylor is suing 46-year-old bus driver Patricia Guillaume because of emotional distress while they both lived in the home of a former boyfriend named Lee Coleman. Patricia is countersuing for malicious prosecution.
All right. This is not going to take very long, Miss Taylor. Tell me how she caused you stress.
From day one, Pat aggravated me. She antagonized me.
Give me an example.
There are two incidents that took place. The first incident took place in the garage. We were in the garage talking. Lee, Pat. First was Lee and Pat. And then, all of a sudden, and she said, your girlfriend. And I was standing over there by the back of his truck. And she rushed over there to me and got in my face, and she said, don't you use my bathroom. Incident number two, she stated she wanted to have a talk face to face. Lee got us together with Lee present. We started talking. She did the talking first. She says, I don't like you. She said, I think you're nasty. I think you're a liar. I think you're a con woman. And I think you're not trustworthy. I said, well, Pat, I don't see how you can make all these consumptions about me. You don't know me for about 2 weeks. And then when she finished, I said, you finished saying what you have to say? So then I said what I had to say.
Well, what did you say?
I said, well, Pat, I can't help if you don't like me. But the things that you were saying about me is not true. That's not me. Okay. And before I said something else, and she said another thing. If I want to F Lee, I wouldn't wait till you leave. I'll F him while you here. And I said, well, go ahead.
That's honest.
Go ahead. I mean, I care less.
Okay.
And then she walked over to me and she rushed up in my face. I mean, she was so close, I felt the breath, her warm breath from her mouth.
What'd she
say? And her left breath touching my left shoulder. And then Lee saw that the conversation wasn't going anywhere, so he stepped in between us.
So those are the two incidents that you're complaining about?
Yes, and each incident I went to the hospital.
Miss Taylor, those were two what we call conversations, not worthy of a lawsuit. She didn't hit you. She didn't threaten you.
Oh, yes, she did.
No, not in the two instances you told me. Yeah, it's not a lawsuit.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
All right. Countersuit. What are you countersuing her for?
Well, this whole thing, it annoyed me. It annoyed me because
Miss Guillaume, this whole thing annoys me. Let me tell you something. It's late, and I'm getting annoyed.
What had happened, once I had picked up the suit, I had sued Lee, Mr. Coleman, and...
What'd you sue him for?
For I wanted my money back.
You mean the money that you gave him for your apartment?
Yes, what had happened...
Did you get it?
Yes, I did.
You did? Good. Well, that's good. You don't... Lee! Having 2 women live in your home is not a good idea.
I don't know that.
Miss Taylor, Miss Guillaume, this is not a case that belongs in court. This gentleman made a very bad judgment. He was probably trying to be a good guy. This gentleman made a very bad judgment. He was probably trying to be a good guy. I don't think he was trying to be bad. I think he was a friend of yours. He was trying to help you out. I don't think he thought anything wrong with the 3 of you living nicely together. You look like 3 nice people. You could live nicely together.
Yeah, the Golden Girls do it.
What? The Golden Girls do it? He's cute. All right. Go have a nice day. This lawsuit and the count suit are dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment, suing her father, Bob Thompson, for refusing to pay for her high school ring.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please. All rise. Now, this is case number 384 on the calendar in the matter of Thompson versus Thompson. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Have a seat, please, ma'am.
Excuse me, are you her mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you step up here, please? This is your mom?
Yes.
That's your dad?
Yes.
And you are suing your father because you say that he owes you a class ring.
Yes.
So let me understand this. How long are your parents divorced?
I believe since I was 5.
And how old are you now?
18.
And for most of that time, you lived with your mother?
Yes.
But there came a time when you left your mother's house?
Yes.
To go and live with your father. How old were you?
17.
Why did she leave?
We had an argument.
Not just one, I assume.
Oh, typical mother, daughter, clean your room, do what I ask you to do kind of arguments.
But they must have escalated into more than that for her to, I assume, call your father and say, can I come and live with you?
Yeah.
So?
It was that, and I checked into the school out there, and they had a production class that I was looking at. That looked real promising.
No. You had it with your mother, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I assume, Miss Mason, that you had at that point had it with your daughter?
Yes.
Now, were you in favor of her going to live with her father?
No, I thought that was a bad decision.
So you get this call, sir,
Yes.
from your daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about the call.
She was very panicked. She was upset with things that was going on in the house there. She had stated that on numerous occasions she was told to stay home from school to take care of her youngest sister. She said that she was sick and tired of living in the house. She was sharing a room with her aunt. Her aunt had been there for a long period of time, and she had 2 children who were living in the same room as Jessica. Jessica was tired of that. Her aunt was getting up in the middle of the night, screaming at the children, cussing at them, and she was just tired of it. And she wanted a better way of life. She thought that she can get it in Memphis, which we promised that, you know, if you want to come out here, we will do the best we can for you.
Okay. Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
I'm going to tell you, sir, that was your first mistake. Because I assume that the first thing you didn't do, don't have that look of incredulity on your face. Teenagers in this kind of situation always lie. Because they got 2 parents who live far away from each other and who don't communicate. So the first thing you should have done was pick up the phone and call your former wife.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
In hindsight, that was the right thing to do. Because when your daughter got to your house, everything was okay for a while, right?
Yes, it was.
But then after a while, it wasn't okay. Tell me why it wasn't okay.
Well, after quite a few months went by, things were very good. She got enrolled in school, she was making friends, she got involved in church programs and things of that nature, made friends through the church. Things are going great. Long about December, my father was very ill in the hospital. After about the 4th week of his hospitalization, my wife Rhonda and Jessica and I flew out to California here to be with my father in his final days. During that time, Jessica said that she did not wish to confront her mother, did not want to cross paths with her. And we said, you know, it's whatever you want to do, but, you know, we can't guarantee that that will not happen because my youngest daughter would more likely be at the hospital, be with her grandfather.
So you have 2 children?
Yes, I do.
With your former wife?
Right.
Are you in touch with your younger daughter?
Yes.
Do you see her?
It's been a while since I have seen her.
How old is she?
She's 14 years old.
Okay. So you came out to California to be with your dad, and they crossed paths.
Right. Actually, what happened, Jessica had the urge to see her youngest half-sister, and we set up a meeting 2 days after my dad passed away, and they met in Northridge Mall. It was going to be for a period of 3 hours. You know, we agreed to it. We said, okay, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. We're not going to stop you. Even though her mother had a notarized letter saying she disowned her daughter completely. Afterwards, we found out that, according to Jessica, she was forced to write in a letter in the furniture department of JCPenney saying that there was items that she did not want sent back to Memphis. Previous to this, we were trying to get her belongings sent out here to us. Her mother at that time said that her belongings were turned over to other family members and Jessica was not entitled to it till she was 18 years old.
Yeah, according to your paper, sir, to make a long story short, first there was a custody battle that you had.
Right.
With your former wife.
Yes.
And you retained counsel for that, and it was a costly process.
Right.
And that custody battle was ultimately resolved with your daughter living with you.
Right.
Now, you say you had a notarized letter from her mother saying she totally disowned her.
That's correct.
Did you write that letter?
Yeah, I gave up custody till she was 18, yes.
Does anybody have a copy of that letter?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see it. I mean, if you say you gave up custody, but that was not before there was a custody battle that was waging between 2 jurisdictions. Is that right?
Right.
This is from an attorney, and this is a letter from you indicating that you, biological mother of Jessica Ann Thompson, relinquish all my court-appointed rights to Jessica, including physical custody and visitation, until her 18th birthday.
Right.
So you must have been really angry with her at that point.
I was. I was
Sure you
very,
were.
very angry.
Absolutely. All right. Now, you were so angry that when she wanted her property back, you said no. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Which forced you, sir,
yes,
to start litigation to get her property back.
At Jessica's request.
Okay, so you got a lawyer for that.
Right.
That cost you money.
Exactly.
And then she goes to the mall, meets her mom, and then signs, according to you, in the furniture department of JCPenney, a letter saying, I don't want my belongings back.
That's correct.
And you had already paid your lawyer for that,
yes,
etc. All right, so things started to get not so good.
Right.
But this didn't have to do so much with the belongings. You felt as if she was manipulating.
Yes.
Which is what she had been doing from the beginning, Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
You didn't give them back, right?
No, I did not.
Why? Because you were angry.
I was angry.
Right. And these were her things.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jessica Thompson moved from her mother's home to her dad's. When she fought with Bob Thompson's new wife, she says he reneged on a promise to buy her her high school ring.
During this time, some point, she was going to graduate from high school and needed money for a class ring.
Yes.
And the book and everything else, which is what all this is about. And you gave her how much?
We offered $300 to assist to getting the ring and the graduation announcements for the high school in Memphis that she was going to graduate from.
But then there was a big brouhaha in your house.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Okay. Following the initial meeting that she had with her mom, Jessica's attitude started changing. It wasn't a drastic change, but it was noticeable. But we were able to deal with it. In February, she bought the CD from a group. It was a group called Cake.
Cake?
Yes. What it stands for, I have no idea. But there was a song in there that she apparently thought that was a good song to listen to. Well, in our house, we do not allow music of this nature because of the language that's in there, the four-letter words, what they imply, the implications that come out of the music. When Jessica bought the CD, the little girl across the street had gone to the record store with her to get it. In our car, we have a CD player. Jessica put the CD in and played that particular song twice on the way home, according to the little girl across the street. Now, the little girl across the street, she's very religious, comes from a religious family and a strong background. So it was pretty offending to her, but she was also told by Jessica not to say anything about it.
Anyway, it started out with the CD with this group. Things got bad in your house, Mr. Thompson.
Yes. This was leading up to it.
Get to it.
Okay,
I mean, I've had teenage girls.
Okay. Well, because of the line that Jessica had told us about the CD and denying the entire incident, we felt it was best to put her on restriction. We told her she cannot do any after-school activities with her friends for a week. She was not allowed to speak on the phone after 8 o'clock at night for a week. And we felt this was reasonable punishment for a week's period.
Okay, because she lied to you.
Right.
Okay.
Well, she took very much offense to it.
Rules.
Rules, exactly.
And she broke the rules according to this.
Yes.
And then there was an explosion in your house
That's
with
correct.
your wife.
Right.
According to what I read here. Tell me about that explosion with your wife.
Okay. Jessica...
Why don't you step up here? Your name is?
Rhonda.
Tell me your version of the explosion that happened in the house, Jessica.
Well, I had gotten home from school to eat lunch and then go back up to the school because we had the play production rehearsal that night. And I was told by Rhonda that I was grounded, and I was told by my dad that I wasn't. So I was getting two sides of the story. So Rhonda came home early from work, and as I went to leave the house, she stepped in my way and wouldn't let me out the door. She grabbed me both by my arms right here, and she turned me around and she threw me against the wall. And then as I tried to move away, she pushed me back against the corner of the china cabinet. And then she finally sat me down in a chair and put her knee on me and then called my dad.
Rhonda, let's hear.
After I found out that Jessica wanted to go home, back to L.A., I came home to talk to her about it, to find out if that's really what she wanted to do, or was she just wanted to go home because she didn't like the restriction and the rules, that we had set forth. In the course of the conversation, she goes, "I'm not talking to you. I'm leaving." I said, "No, you're not either. You need to stay here and we need to talk about it." And at the time, her dad was still at work, and he knew that I was coming home to talk to her. And when she tried to leave, I did stop her from leaving. I called her dad, and I said, "You need to come home now. We need to talk about this." And that's what I did.
How did you stop her?
I did put her in a chair, and I said, "You will sit there till I get your dad on the phone, and you can talk to him." We got him on the phone. She talked to him. She even told him, "I'm not staying here. I'm leaving." And he said, "No, you need to stay there till I get home." And she did.
She stayed.
Mm-hmm.
And when he came home, what was the discussion, sir?
I was trying to get both sides of the story to figure out what all went on. Jessica did appear to be very unruly. Rhonda said that she was swearing, saying that she was leaving, she was running away, she was going to take the car. It seemed to get way out of hand.
Okay, now, so it all got out of hand. Bottom line is, you ultimately canceled the ring.
That's correct.
And you canceled the ring, why?
Because of what went on in the past, and that I did not feel that Jessica deserved the ring for what she went through. When I grew up, I was told whatever I got, I earned it. We all earn what we get in life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I didn't feel Jessica had deserved the ring, particularly from the school that she wasn't going to graduate from.
She was fine until the time she found out it was canceled, and she just demanded that we owed her.
We have a letter here stating everything that she wanted, that we owe her, and how, as a 17-year-old, it's okay to do whatever she did. It's clearly stated in this letter.
She disowned him. She said, "You're not my dad anymore."
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
What he gave her was nothing, a parent who wasn't there and a stepmother who was abusive.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jessica Thompson wants her father, Bob Thompson, to pay for her high school ring and to return her possessions.
Mr. Thompson, how much did your legal fees cost you?
All total, it was close to $3,000.
Mm-hmm. Did you have legal fees?
No.
Can I say one other thing?
Sure.
In the course of everything that was going on, and she was packing her stuff up and everything, we also found a letter in her room addressed to us from our attorneys from the last court hearing in February that Jessica had gotten out of the mailbox because she didn't want us to know what was in there. Up until the time we went to court in February, she kept saying, I want my stuff, I want my stuff, I want my stuff. And in turn, she has called her mother and said, no, I want to come back home. And it's presented in court, and it's in this letter that she steals out of the mailbox.
Mm-hmm. You two people made a mistake. And your initial mistake was that you forgot the fact that the two of you are the grown-ups, she's the child, and that you have a responsibility, despite the fact that you haven't been together for years, to have a united front with regard to a 17-year-old who doesn't like to live with rules. Mm-hmm. Because that's why she left your house, and that's why she left your house. Because she didn't like the rules. Mm-hmm. It cost you a lot of money, it probably cost you a lot of aggravation. Right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Because you have to know that just as she probably told you some tall tales about what happened in their house which caused her to want to leave, she told them a lot of tall tales about what was going on in your house which caused her to want to leave.
But when I tried to call their house when she was back there to speak to Bob, they would never let me talk to her or him.
The house.
There was a phone in Jessica's room that she had.
Listen, your daughter is 17 years old, madam. Right?
Well,
she's 17 years old. You signed a piece of paper really disowning her. Not only custody, but said visitation, which is really no contact because you were angry. You've got to act like the grown-ups. In any event, I don't see that your father owes you a darn thing. Nothing. You didn't graduate from that high school. You graduated from a high school in California, correct? Right?
Yes.
So I don't see that that ring has any sentimental value, aside from the fact that he's your father. That's a rule. He makes the rules. You were living with him? He said, as long as you're living with me and graduating from the school, I think you should have a ring. Here's the budget for the ring. It's $300. You didn't graduate from the school. You picked up, you left. Why should he give you anything? Why? You've caused both of these people a lot of aggravation. Your mother and your father. You want to say that she didn't cause you aggravation? Were you going to say that to me? Were you going to say to me?
No, she calls me aggravation.
Absolutely.
But the ring, on the other hand, he said it was a gift, the $300.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
You're still not following, madam.
Well, he didn't
You're still
tell me
not
he
following,
canceled
madam. You shouldn't be on her side. The two of you should be together so that she knows she has a mother and a father who are both people of goodwill, both responsible, but who aren't battling with each other.
You can't battle with somebody who won't speak to
Why
you.
didn't you give her back her things?
She didn't want them.
No, yes, you did.
No, she didn't.
No,
She wanted
listen to
certain
me.
items.
That's not true.
She wanted certain items.
That's not
That is
true.
true.
She wanted certain things.
Right. But she
And
made
you,
a list.
and you didn't give them back to her. You didn't give them back, right?
No, I did not.
Why? Because you were angry.
I was angry.
Right. And these were her things. You made him initially get a lawyer, go to court, and sue over the things that were, according to you, hers, because you were
angry.
Angry. So is he. So is he. He's angry that he spent $3,000 because he got stories from his daughter about how she was being abused and mistreated in your house. He brought her to his house, and within a relatively short period of time, she was being abused and mistreated in his house. She wants to go back to your house. Don't you see any similarity between the things that you wouldn't give back to her and the ring that he wouldn't give her?
No.
No? You're wrong. Your case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Out the back door to your right.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
Fuller versus Lewanig. Step forward, please.
51-year-old Doris Fuller is suing chemical engineer Ray Lewanig to recoup costs for supporting his daughter, Roshika Lewanig, now 18. Ray says Doris took his daughter without permission.
Order. All rise. Your Honor, this is case number 374 on the calendar in the matter of Fuller versus Lewanig. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may have a seat.
Miss Fuller, you're suing the defendant because you allege that he owes you money for the year that his daughter lived with you.
That's correct.
Now, this was sort of an interesting story. You took her into your home without his permission. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, why don't you tell me how that came about?
She wanted to finish her last year of high school down here to play basketball.
Where is down here?
She was at Paramount at the time, but I live in Dominguez District. She ran away before her father moved to Victorville with her friend. Her father went over there, caused a big scene, had the police involved.
Because his daughter ran away?
Yes. Rashika called her mother in Arkansas and had...
Sir, you and your daughter's mother are divorced, is that right?
We were divorced, ma'am. That's right.
And your daughter was living with you?
She let me keep her for the meantime. She wants to go down.
She was, in fact, at the time that we're talking about, living with you when she
Living
ran
with
away.
me. Yes, ma'am.
Which is the daughter? That's you.
Rashika.
Now, how did you get involved with her?
Through basketball. I met Rashika when she was playing basketball with my daughter. I was the team mother for Paramount's basketball team. They didn't have a lot of support, and I went to all the girls' games. I took the
So that's how you got involved with her?
Yes.
So now we're up to a point where she ran away from her father's house.
Yes.
And somehow contacted you.
Yes.
And you said you can come and live with me.
I talked to her mother in Arkansas.
You didn't speak to her father?
No.
You called her mother?
Rashika called her mother.
Rashika called her mother, with whom she wasn't living at the time?
No.
And her mother gave you permission for her to live in your house?
I have the notarized. She came the next day. I have the authorization.
Okay. And she signed papers, her mother signed papers for her to live in your house?
Yes, and then we went to court, and the court gave me temporary guardianship.
Okay. With her mother's permission?
Yes.
But according to your papers, not with her father's permission?
No.
Father was not happy about this. Is that right, sir?
That's true. He said he didn't know where she was.
So how long did she stay with you?
From June the 17th, 1996 until June the 22nd, 1997.
Now, according to your papers, she played you like a violin.
Yes, she did.
You didn't know that at the time.
No. I looked at that beautiful face, Your Honor, and I believed everything she told me.
Now, you believed everything, all the bad things she told you about her father, that he didn't understand her, that he was verbally abusive to her. You believed all that?
When I first met Rashika, I could see that she was unhappy. She was crying a lot. I could tell she was an unhappy child.
So, Miss Fuller, my question to you is, you interfered with a family situation. Because when she finally left your home,
yes,
she went back to her father. Right?
Yes. After she graduated from high school, she went to college.
But she went back to her father.
Yes, he gave her a car and offered her money, and she left.
Whatever. She went back to her father.
Yes.
So this was a teenager in rebellion. She left her mother's house, right, to go to live with her father? Is that right, sir?
Yes, ma'am. That's true.
How long have you been divorced from her mother?
Oh, about 15 years.
And how long had she lived with her mother?
14.
And how many years did she live with you?
About a year and a half until she met Miss Fuller.
Yes.
Rashika's mom told me that she was financially unable to care for Rashika and her sister Renisha. That's when she sent them out here. This is what her mom said.
Doesn't sound right to me. You don't send two children to their father after they've been living with you for 15 years or for 14 years because you're financially unable to take care of them.
She said she had had an accident and was hurt and wasn't able to take care
Well,
of them.
when you met her, when she came to sign the guardianship papers,
yes,
did she appear to be injured to you?
Maybe.
What does maybe mean?
She seemed to, like she had a head injury, maybe.
She didn't have a head injury that prevented her from signing these guardianship papers.
No.
Or from understanding that she was turning over legal custody to you of her daughter.
She told me she was unable to care for her. Her father was abusive.
All right. I assume you have at least one teenage daughter?
Yes.
Just so you know that teenage daughters can be difficult sometimes? Or yours aren't difficult?
My youngest one wasn't.
And what about the older one?
Well, they did good. All my children graduated from high school.
I didn't
never really had any problems with them.
Well, then you should be written up in Guinness Book of Records because most
I was
women,
very lucky.
most mothers who have teenage daughters know that they're a little difficult at times.
I was very lucky.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
At the time, I felt he didn't understand, but now that I see it, and I'm, in college, and I see my sister going through getting disciplined, I understand she needs it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Doris Fuller wants Ray Lewanig to pay her for taking care of his daughter, Roshika. Ray says she took his daughter without his permission.
Now, I want to know why you think that this man ought to pay you anything.
Well, for child support, when the courts gave me temporary custody of Roshika, the judge sent us, Ray and Roshika and I, to go talk. We went to the IHOP in Compton. He offered me $400 a month child support. I said that was fine. Roshika and her dad left. When she came back, I asked her for the check. She was hesitant to give it to me.
What month was this?
In May.
That was a month before she left?
Yes.
Well, why are you suing for $4,200 if I believe you, that you say he agreed to pay you $400 a month, and then his daughter went back to him within a month? Why should I give you $4,200?
I had her for a year.
Right.
And when she came to play basketball...
I'm not interested in anything else. What I'm really concerned about is you took this child without her father's permission. You discussed the matter with her mother, not her father. Her mother gave you guardianship. You made no attempt, according to what you've told me, to get some child support from her mother, who was the one...
She sent me $75.
She sent you $75. You're suing him for almost $5,000. She was the one who gave you permission to take her daughter without his consent. He didn't even know where she was. Is that right, sir?
That's very true, ma'am.
Were you collecting welfare for her?
No.
Who was covering her medical insurance?
Her father paid her medical insurance. The one time I took her to the doctor, they gave me a $5 payment, and I paid that.
So she wasn't on anybody's welfare budget?
No.
Okay, sir. How much money did you give her in total to take care of your daughter after you knew where she was?
Well, I tried to negotiate with her because I saw my daughter in good, condition.
When was that? What month was that?
In May, right after the court hearing. We went to IHOP, and I offered, look, I can only give you $200 a month in front of her because as far as I know, she was with her mom.
You mean before that you thought she had been with her mother?
Uh-huh.
And then you went to court.
I went to court.
This was in May of '97.
Yes, ma'am, May of '97.
And in May of '97, you went to IHOP and had this discussion about support. And how much money did you give her in May?
I didn't give her anything. I offered her $200. And
Right.
I thought she agreed, so I went to the bank with her, gave her the $200.
Did you give?
I explained it to her. I cannot afford $400 because I just moved out. I got 2 young kids now of my own from my new marriage. And she's not in my budget because I know she's gone.
Okay.
Gone back to her mom.
Step up here. You're the daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you go back to your father's house?
After we had, in court, we all went out to breakfast. and we cried. Sorry.
It's okay. You were ready to go home?
Yeah. I had seen my little sister and my little brother, and and my father, we talked things out, and I wanted a relationship with him again.
You think that part of the problems that you were having with your dad that caused you to leave were at least in part your fault?
When I was with my mom, I never got disciplined. So when he disciplined me, I rebelled.
When you say he disciplined you?
Grounded me.
Grounded you?
Took my car away.
And your mom never did those things?
No.
That wasn't wrong of him to do, right?
No, well, at the time, I felt...
You thought it was?
He was just all against me, and he didn't understand, you know, and... But now that I see it, and I'm, you know, in college, and I see my sister going through getting disciplined, I understand she needs it.
Miss Fuller, let me tell you what you did, madam. You interfered in a family situation. You had no business interfering with this family situation. Took it upon yourself to take this man's daughter, who was living with him, and he seems like a perfectly reasonable, responsible man, and according to his daughter, did absolutely nothing but discipline him in reasonable ways. Grounded her, took away her car, and she wasn't used to it because her mother never did any of those things. Now, the fact that she, to you, was upset and crying and seemed unhappy with her father, that's not a reason for you to interfere in a family situation. I mean, if you took some time and if you let the situation take some time, there is a possibility that father and daughter could have worked things out. But instead, you hopped in there.
Your Honor?
Yes.
When Rashika called me, she told me her father did not have custody of her. Her mother had custody of her.
Miss Fuller, you knew she was living with her father?
Yes. We went to go get Rashika. Her mother and I went to go get Rashika. We took the Southgate police with us because Rashika and her mother said they were afraid for us to go there by themselves because he's a violent man and he had a lot of guns in the home.
Well, listen to me.
We took the Southgate police with us.
Listen to me. That was all a lot of baloney. She's back with her father. So whatever stories you got from either Rashika or her mother were not true, because if they were, and if she was genuinely fearful of her father because he has a violent temper and because he has guns in the house, she would not be living with him now.
Judge Judy is ready to rule. And later today...
So you gotta learn to get your story straight. Before you gave me some baloney story about you said, yes, you was gonna pay her back, but then your check was all messed up and you couldn't pay her back. Come on, get it together.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Doris Fuller wants Ray Lewanig to pay her for taking care of his daughter, Roshika. Ray says she took his daughter without his permission.
You butted in, and if you butted in, you gotta pay. So your lawsuit against this man is dismissed. And I suggest to you that before you take in any other teenagers and take them away from their custodial parents, and he was at that time a custodial parent, you better make darn sure that there is a good and valid reason. And that sometimes means leaving it up to professionals and stepping back. You're a biological stranger from this family. He didn't give his consent. He had absolutely no reason to have his child removed from his custody, other than the fact that, according to her, and I believe her, he disciplined her by grounding her when she did something wrong and by taking her car away. He's her father. He has an absolute right to do that. So, your lawsuit against him is dismissed. That's all.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She took it upon herself. I told her again and again, this is blood related. You're nobody.
You hadn't seen her
I'm
for
the father.
11 months, Ray.
Of course I never saw her because you hid her from me.
No, I did.
And now the next case.
He's on Sherman versus Hollins. Step forward, please.
Football mom Beverly Sherman is suing the director of her son's league, Lester Hollins, for emotional damage because he banned her and her 2 sons from the club.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please. Your Honor, it's number 91 on the calendar in the matter of Sherman versus Hollins.
Sir.
Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Have a seat, please.
Those belong to your boys?
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Sherman, I've read your complaint. You are suing the defendant for $5,000 for discrimination, stress, mental anguish, because he won't let your 2 sons play in his football league. Right?
That is correct. My 2 sons and my daughter, who's a cheerleader, and my niece.
Well, let's not talk about your niece. I'm not interested in your niece.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about your daughter, who's a cheerleader. That's not part of your lawsuit. Let's talk about your 2 sons. You believe that it is actionable, which means that you have a cause of action against this man for the things that I've just outlined, because he, and I believe you run this football league,
That's correct. I founded it.
won't let your boys play.
Exactly.
Why won't he let your boys play? Do you know?
Well, Mr. Hollins seemed to have a personal vendetta against me for an incident that happened earlier before the season actually got started.
What was the incident?
Well, the incident happened where I was the uniform coordinator.
Uniform coordinator for the team?
For the organization.
Okay.
Okay. I coordinated the accessories and things for the football players, the team moms, the team managers, the coordinators, and everyone involved
So
in the
you were in
organization.
charge of uniform accessories?
Exactly.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. So what happened?
The incident happened where I ordered gold socks to accommodate the colors or whatever in the uniforms, and Mr. Hollins wanted blue socks. And the incident just got blown out of proportion. He, just really, never let me live it down, and he's just been
So
real
you ordered
hard on
color
me.
socks that he didn't. Just a minute. Let me understand this. You ordered a color socks that he didn't like. You had an argument about that.
A big argument.
And after that, what happened?
After that, everything I have done for the organization, he has just, looked down upon me. He's criticized me. He's just, nothing I can do for the organization is to his liking. Everything.
And your boys had played in the league before, in his league before.
This was the start of this organization.
I know, but did they play for a season with his group?
Yes. This was their first year.
And they did play?
Yes.
So your complaint is that they weren't invited back for year 2?
Exactly.
You want to say something to me?
Yes. That incident that she described was only one of many incidents. The incident that actually brought the last blow was at a meeting on February 28th of '97. We're supposed to have been just a general business meeting, and Mrs. Sherman became unhappy with the agenda and stormed out. So when the board met and discussed the year of events from August, from the incident with the socks, there was an incident on, I believe that was Wednesday, September 3rd, after a high school game. She had verbal confrontation with our cheer coordinator, which she was kicking the lady's vehicle, slamming her door, and this was done in front of several of the high school faculty. And it was
What was that incident about?
It was about a list of names that she was demanding from our cheer coordinator that she did not feel that was produced in a timely manner.
I didn't demand anything, and I'm sure if I was kicking and doing this to this lady's car, in which it was a brand new car, I'm sure I'd be in court right now with her for a
So
lawsuit.
what you're saying is you
I did
didn't...
not do that to the lady.
You didn't assault her car?
No, I did not. We had verbal words.
Well, I'm beginning to get the gist of this. So your board decided that they didn't want her to be the uniform coordinator anymore.
Well, just not uniform coordinator, just through her conduct and her actions throughout the entire course of the year, which I have here the flow chart for the organization, even with the incident that involved myself and Mrs. Sherman.
Over the socks?
Yes, it was really an ugly event, and there were several other events. As her acting as the uniform coordinator, there were numerous...
Listen, Mr. Hollins, you have a right to say, if you have a board, I don't want this person involved. All I asked you was, did your board decide that they didn't want Miss Sherman to be the uniform coordinator anymore?
And to not invite her back, yes.
And not invite her back in what capacity?
Any involvement, and it was basically not wanting her to even return to the organization simply because of her conduct.
Okay. Now, what did that have to do with her boys?
Well, the boys are in her family. It wasn't that we were banishing the boys, but it was just that we preferred that she did not return with her family because of her conduct. And it was brought to our attention, well, do you think it's possible that she can come and just participate, you know, and support her children? And we said, well, yeah, but it's a concern with the other parents, other board members, that her having nothing to do would just give her more ample time to just be more of a disturbance.
Well, Mrs. Sherman, your problem, madam, is that you have to have a legally actionable case. Mr. Hollins is not legally obligated to accept any boy or girl on his team. I'm sure that a lot of people try out for the team that aren't accepted. Is that right?
That's correct.
Exactly, but what he is doing is trying to keep my children from participating in his program because he doesn't personally like me.
So what?
In which,
but Mrs. Sherman, that may sound unfair to your children, but let us assume the following.
It's unfair, period, in life.
It's unfair in life.
It's discrimination.
You know, if he auditions, what do? You audition people for your team?
Tryouts.
Tryouts. Let's say he has tryouts for his football league, and 50 kids come and try out. And he only accepts...
It's 33 per team.
33 kids.
Exactly.
You're going to have 17, right?
That's right, 17.
17 children who are going to be disappointed. If I permitted your lawsuit, madam, that would mean that the families of those 17 kids who were not asked or invited onto the team could have a cause of action for discrimination, mental stress on themselves, mental stress on their children. Nobody would be involved with coaching a team anymore. Nobody would be involved in starting a team.
this isn't the case.
That's not the case.
This is not the case.
Of course it's the case.
It's not. They didn't even get an opportunity.
Listen to me. They don't have to be given an opportunity.
They do, according to the bylaws of King Conference.
Yeah, he doesn't own this
He doesn't
organization.
own
This is
the
a
whole
public organization.
Just a second. This isn't a public organization.
It is
It's
so.
a public
Just a second.
organization.
Just
It
a
is
second.
so.
That's just like saying a black person couldn't go to a white something.
Please,
A white
Mr.
person
Sherman, don't
it's
bring black and white into this.
discrimination.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, Well,
it's
how
about
many
color.
how many children in this league are black?
Almost the
95%.
entire.
So then stop talking discrimination.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with discrimination.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He has an ego problem, a control problem, and he just does not take constructive criticism from a woman well.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Football Junior League Director Lester Hollins says he had to ban Beverly Sherman and her sons from the league because she was too much to deal with.
It has to do, Mr. Sherman, with the fact that he had an altercation with you, and according to him, the board decided that they didn't want you to be involved anymore.
That's fine.
That's fine. And they would prefer, for the sake of all the other children, not to have you involved because, according to him, and I'll let him go on and tell me what the incidents were that he says. We had one incident where he says that you kicked the car. You had another incident where you had a verbal altercation with him. I mean, I feel sorry for your boys, but you have to understand that not every wrong is legally actionable. Not every wrong results in coming to a court. Sometimes if something like this happens, you have to say to your boys, which you did according to your papers, listen, guys, there is another football league, and you have to be involved with that one because I don't get along with Hollins, I don't get along with this whole organization. There is another place for your boys to play football.
So
Sure.
why do they have to be made to go somewhere else when they haven't done anything?
caused any
They haven't
problem.
done
Life's
anything.
tough.
I haven't done
Miss Sherman,
anything.
listen to me.
Sure.
You're not following me. I said it's sad. I said it's unfortunate. I said it's probably unfair to the boys that they can't play. All of those things.
I got two
What I'm
different
saying to you
understandings of
is, it is not legally actionable. Because if it was legally actionable for you, then it would be legally actionable. Courts would have to open their doors to the other 17 boys who tried out for that team and who, for one reason or another, were rejected. And it may have been unfair. He may not have liked them because they were too tall, too short, too fat, too thin. He needed a tall one. This was a short one. Whatever reason. He wanted this cheerleader because she was prettier than that cheerleader. He wanted this cheerleader because she was taller than that cheerleader. If I allowed your kind of lawsuit, our courts would be flooded with this kind of case. And we can't have that because not every wrong is subject to a legal redress. It's as simple as that. It's sad. But your boys can play football. They weren't discriminated against because of their race, because of their ethnicity, because of anything else. They were discriminated against, if you can use that term, because he didn't want to look at you during the course of the season.
Not a problem, because I don't want to look at him either.
He didn't want to.
So you're saying that he can make people come and go in this organization as he chooses.
That's absolutely right.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And later today,
Tell them about that you was a prostitute and how you was a good actress because you had to fake for your tricks. You had to fake for your
she only steals from rich people and whores.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Football Junior League Director Lester Hollins says he had to ban Beverly Sherman and her sons from the league because she was too much to deal with.
You don't seem to understand. It's
don't
sad,
think you got
but
it.
I'm going to say it one more time. Every disappointment does not result in a lawsuit for stress. Right? Your boys have the opportunity to play at another football league where not only they will be welcome, but hopefully the two of you will be welcome. Welcome to participate, welcome to get involved. I would suggest that you use your energies towards more productive things rather than negative things. They are not welcome because you, madam, are not welcome. And the fact that you are fighting here in court about this instead of moving on and getting your boys involved in another football league where you and your boys and your son will all be welcome is a big mistake.
We've already done that.
Good. Case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. I'll be back with you, right?
The children suffer because of the parent behavior.
He can't even come out the courtroom
the behavior
and tell the
of
truth.
the parents.
I mean,
is
that's a
why,
shame.
you know, we
That's
just
a
do not
shame.
permit the family in itself.
Parties on Humphreys versus Stewart. Step forward, please.
Company manager Ernestine Humphreys claims her niece, 33-year-old Yolanda Stewart, stole $1,000 of her company's cash.
Ms. Humphreys, the
Yes,
defendant is your niece.
Yes, ma'am.
And according to your complaint, you are accusing your niece of stealing $1,000 of business money.
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Well, tell me why you think she took this money and how.
I represent a company in Detroit, and I am responsible for making the deposits, weekly deposits. On Tuesday, May the 6th, I was in my office. I had balanced the manager's sheet, counted the money, and I had $7,200 on my desk. My
In
niece,
cash?
Yes, in cash. Already wrapped and counted.
What kind of business is this?
Coin laundries.
A coin laundry. So they collect all the money and then you make a deposit of cash.
Exactly.
Okay.
So there was a knock on the door, and the employee was in the bathroom. So I opened the door. It was my niece. She works down at the next light. And I thought she just saw my car and came by to say hi and whatever. During the time that she was there, I turned and walked away to use the telephone. And when I came back, she suddenly was in a hurry to go. And a couple of days later, the corporate headquarters in Toledo informed me that my bag was missing a roll of tins, 100 tins, which was $1,000. And they didn't understand why this happened. They wanted to know if I had someone helping me count the money, because all of the years that I've worked for this company, that has never, ever happened.
Well, how many people touch this money after you count it and prepare a deposit?
I give it to the owner's son, David, and he takes it and gives it to his father, the owner of the company, and he makes the deposit.
So at least 2 other people touch that bag before it gets to a bank.
Right, but the owner has 26 stores. He's a multimillionaire, and his son is very wealthy. I don't think they need $1,000.
Did you take this money?
No. And second of all, she did not walk away and use the phone. She asked me to walk away and call my sister to see what time my sister and her daughter were coming to Detroit. We both walked to the phone, which I did that, and my sister was not there. We left a message on her machine. And then I said, well, I have to go. I was at work. I seen her car like I always do. I stopped in and say, hey, how you doing? We both talked. The money was on the table. And I talked to her briefly, and then I said, well, I got to get back to the store. I left nobody in charge. I said, I'm going down to Highland Park, and then I'm going back to my store. She said, oh, thanks for coming and all that. She walked me out to my car. I don't know, she came out the second door, and she watched me as I got in my car, and she was talking to me. And this right here is what I had on. I had no jacket. I had no purse, nowhere where I could have stuck $1,000. The day before that, she told me she needed some money. I said, well, I don't have any money. She told me that the day before. And also the day before, I helped her count this money. She paid me $50 out the money for helping her count it, which it wasn't my first time helping her count the money at all. And then after that, she said, she came to me about a few days later. She said, I went to the meeting in Toledo. She was nervous. She came up to my job. She said, they said I'm missing a bundle of tens. And she said, from the house. I said, well, it couldn't have been missing from your house. When I stopped at your laundromat, I said, you were just now writing it on the sheet. She said, oh, you're right. And then after that, that's when I heard it happened at the laundromat, which she never left me, in which her office has a lock on it. So why would she ever say, she could have just asked me to step out and let the door lock.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Let me tell you this.
Yes, Your Honor.
You really do not have any proof that Miss Stewart took this money.
No, it's just circumstantial.
And you understand that it's really unfair for any court to convict someone. And in effect, I would be convicting her of being a thief if I were to grant you this $1,000 judgment that you're after.
I understand.
Especially since there were other people who had their hands on that money. I just think it's so sad that you had had a lovely relationship, according to your papers, before this happened, and that you make this accusation without any real proof to back it up.
Your Honor, she was the only one in the office that day while the money was on the desk.
Money. And you needed money.
Well, shh.
Order.
I did not.
No, don't talk.
I did not need any money.
Listen to me.
No, I did
Listen
not.
to me. You may have needed money.
No, I did not.
She may
Yes,
have
you
needed
did.
money. Bottom line is, in a court, you have to deal with proof. And there were other people who touched that money after you counted it, prepared a deposit, and gave it to the owner's son. You don't know who the owner's son gave it to. He may have let somebody
He gave
else.
it to his father.
Well, but
How
you don't
you know?
know that. Hey, do I look like I need help?
Okay, I'm just helping you out.
You don't know that. It may have gone from his hand to 2 or 3 other people's before it ended up in the bank. So I cannot award you the judgment that you're requesting. I just, again, find it very sad that 2 people who had been very close to each other, clearly, are now not. I think maybe you should apologize to her for letting this thing go this far. Anyway, this case is dismissed. Thank you.
Parties are excused. May step out.
And on the...
Parties on Green versus Jones. Step forward, please.
Sheila Green wants her $5,000 back from restaurant owner Norman Jones. He says he did a lot of work for her, and they're even.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please. All rise. Your Honor, it's case number 156 on the calendar in the matter of Green versus Jones. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated.
Thank you, Bert. Ms. Green, I've read your complaint. According to the papers that you filed, you and Mr. Jones met, became romantically involved, and during your rather brief relationship, you made a lot of loans to him.
Yes, that's right, Your Honor.
He was needy.
Yes.
So you want your loans, this money back?
Yes.
Because you're no longer an item.
That's correct.
And for your part, sir, you have a rather interesting defense, and your defense is she was generous to a fault, right?
Right.
And that you did a lot of work around the house.
Right.
So, when did you meet him? How long did you see him? Did you live with him? And why did you start making these loans?
Norman and I met in December of 1995, and At the time when we met, I owned a restaurant, and he owns a restaurant also. So we had a lot in common, and we were sharing various ideas and pros and cons and how difficult it was to actually be an entrepreneur. Several months after that, I was going on vacation for a week out of town, going skiing in Aspen. Norman volunteered to house sit at my house, which I said, okay, fine. And while I was gone, he not only house sat, but I gave him the keys to my car, and he stayed there for the week that I was gone. And so, a long story short, by the time I came back from Aspen, he still had the keys to the house and the car, and I kind of let him keep the keys. It didn't matter to me. And he started staying at my house on a regular basis, and he basically moved all of his clothes in, and he was living there. Shortly after that, then he said that he had some money that was stolen from him, which were the receipts from his business, and he asked me to make him a loan of $1,700. And he drew up some paperwork. I signed that. I wrote him a check for $1,700.
What kind of paperwork?
Actually, Your Honor, I do have a letter that was dated February 26 here. It's a letter from Norman explaining that he's having difficulty at his business. And the next page is a promissory note that Norman drew up explaining that he would repay me my $1,700 within 30 to 45 days, and he would make interest on it. And if he did not repay my loan, he would pay the full court costs involved.
Does that sound familiar to you, sir?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you didn't work this loan off by doing things around the house?
Yes, if you ask me, I did.
Stop 1 second. Let me take care of this work around the house.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, according to your answer, sir, which I have read very carefully, you list, I assume, the most important things that you did in the house. Is that right?
That's right.
You repaired a light fixture. How did you do that?
I took the old fixture and put a new one in.
He changed the bulb.
No.
Just a second. I just wanted to find out if what he was saying was he pulled apart the whole ceiling and the walls and did the rewiring in the house.
Not the whole ceiling, but the light fixture I did take out and put a new one there.
Yeah. You said you repaired the alarm system on the house. How'd you do that?
The wiring was no good, so I repaired it.
Just step by step. Tell me what you did. You went over to the window.
Right. Found the traces that come from the alarm system. They were broke, so I put new traces on the...
No, I don't understand that. I've never done that kind of work. You found the tracers, which means you found the right two wires, right?
The wiring.
And you put it all in, right?
I put new wiring. Same thing, wires.
Okay. Did that take about as long as changing the light fixture?
Longer.
How much longer?
I have no idea how much longer.
A half hour longer, 45 minutes longer, an hour longer?
Give it a half hour longer.
All right. So we have 5 minutes plus a half hour. That's 35 minutes. Then we have miscellaneous jobs around the house, such as repair to cabinets. What kind of repair to cabinets, sir?
Broken hinges, knobs, these kind of things.
What did you do? Broken hinges, so what'd you do? You took
Put new hinges.
Put a new hinge on. How many cabinets did you put new hinges on?
No, 4 or 5.
How much do you think all this work that you did is worth, sir?
First of all, no one can pay me what I'm worth.
How much do you think all this was worth? All this work. $50? $60?
$500.
That's an interesting number. Okay, we'll just put that in the hopper for a while. Now, let's get back. We have a $1,700 loan.
Right.
And what else?
Then Mr. Jones needed some money because he was trying to buy some equipment for his restaurant. And he told me the story that he was asking various friends and acquaintances to loan him $2,500. He would repay the money with interest. So I wrote him a check for $2,500 the middle of June, Your Honor.
Show the check to him, please.
Here's the check with his signature on the back.
Look familiar? Yes. Right. Should we take that as a yes, Bird?
I take it as a yes.
What else? What else?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I wanted a friendly relationship, and she wanted an intimate relationship. That's it.
And later today,
I'm looking at you, I'm looking at her. There's no way she's going to get into your dress. I mean, not that you don't have a lovely figure, you do. It's just different figure from hers.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sales manager Sheila Green says her ex-boyfriend Norman Jones swindled her out of more than $5,000. Norman says that he and Sheila were not a romantic couple, but she was a charitable friend.
What else? What else?
After the $2,500 loan, then Mr. Jones was having car trouble, and his car was in the shop for a period of time. He was not able to get it out. It was $200. He was taking a cab back and forth from my house to work. And so finally he asked me to loan him the $200. I agreed to loan him the $200, so he wrote me a check, a post-dated check, which I have tried to cash on many, many, many occasions, and there is no money in this account. Every single time that I went to the bank, there was no money in the account.
Show him this check, would you? Thank you. No money in the account?
Yes, there's money in the account.
Now, he moved out?
Well, what happened, again, there were some other loans after that, Your Honor. All the time, Mr. Jones is still living at my house and driving my car. He had a car. His car was, sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. But I did let him drive my car because he was at the time a very hardworking man, and I thought he was trying to do something for himself, and I really had faith in him at that point in time. However, over a period of time, he started staying out later and later. He was always out, and he always had these business meetings or these dinners and whatever. He stayed out later and later, and it got to the point where he was staying out all night. And I just told him I couldn't accept that any longer. Staying out all night was not acceptable to me. So
He was your boyfriend. You were romantically
no, we
involved?
wasn't boyfriends. That's the problem here.
Just a second. You believed he was your boyfriend?
He was living at my house, Your Honor. He had keys to my house. He was sleeping in my bed.
No, I never slept in your bed. I never slept in your bed. I never slept in your bed.
Let's not go there.
I slept in a room or
no,
in a
you
couch.
did not.
Miss Green, Miss Green.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Am I going to be able to tell my side of this?
Absolutely, sir.
Mr. Jones lived at my house for approximately 6 months. He paid no rent. He had keys to my house. He had keys to my car, which he preferred to drive over his own vehicle all the time. I let him come and go as he wished. I didn't ask any questions. I really didn't care until he started staying out all night, and I refused to let him disrespect me and disrespect my home, and I asked him to leave at that point in time. He even laughed in my face when I asked him to do that. And so I told him, I said, if you leave here and go to your place of business, and it was on a Sunday, when you come back, the locks will be changed. And he still left. And I called a locksmith. I looked in the yellow pages. I called a locksmith, and I had the locksmith come and change my locks immediately. Cost me $100 to change the locks.
Best $100 investment you made.
Best $100 I ever made. He called me shortly thereafter, laughing, telling me he thought I was kidding. And I said, no, Norman, I kid you not. You need to come get your clothing right now.
Good. Now, Mr. Jones, I want you to tell me why you don't owe her this money.
Okay, the money that I owe Sheila is the money that I signed with the promissory note. I'm not...
And what about the $2,500 you needed for business equipment?
Listen.
What if, no, I understand the $1,700.
Okay, can I explain it?
Yeah, explain to me the
Me and Sheila
$2,500.
was friends. We were friends for a while. Things wasn't going for myself as well as they are now. Sheila offered to help me. She offered me to come and stay at her house. And then she started expressing to me that she wanted an intimate relationship.
I don't think so, Norman.
Miss Green, please.
She started expressing about this intimate relationship that she wanted with me several times. And when I refused it, she said, you're going to have to take your things and leave. The other things that Miss Green done for me, she done because she wanted to help me. I don't know if she was trying to buy me or what she was trying to do. But I told her I didn't want no kind of relationship like this with her. So she got upset and told me to leave. And I took my things and I left.
Judge Judy is ready to rule. And later today...
You're sad. I try to help you because you didn't have a mother, and look at how you treat me.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sheila Green says she helped Norman Jones out when he needed it. Now she needs the $5,000.
You sound like a very intelligent woman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Intelligent, educated, savvy, good businesswoman.
I work hard for my money. I don't need to give it away to people. I was trying to help this man because I believed in his product, and he tried to use me, and that's not acceptable to me.
Now, Miss Green, you may have believed in his product, but as good a judge as you probably are of people in business and historically in your life, you didn't make a good judgment with regard to him, right? Because clearly, based upon the answer that I read, even before I saw him, he's a user. Because anybody that can claim a $500 bill for changing a light fixture is somebody who will resort to anything not to fess up to their obligations.
It was more than a light fixture.
That's what it was. It was a light fixture, sir.
It was several things around the house.
So what? You live there rent-free. You should have scrubbed the floors. Hey, listen, you should have scrubbed the floors if you were living there rent-free.
And maybe I did.
No, I have a cleaning lady.
Listen to me, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. There isn't a question in my mind that you never took a sponge to the floor, sir. Not a question in my mind. That's a nice tie you're wearing, Mr. Jones.
I'm not too
Tie's
proud.
going to cost you, along with the rest that you owe this lady, $5,000. Judgment in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000.
Thank you,
That's
Your
all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Out the back, go to your right, please.
Thank you.
I slept in the guest room or in the den, in a chair.
He's lying because he slept in the same bed that I slept in. The whole thing is a lie. Come on.
And now the next case.
Parties on Gonzalez Martinez versus Villanueva. Step forward, please.
18-year-old Shannon Gonzalez and Candace Martinez are suing Shannon's aunt, Regina Villanueva, for the return of their clothes. Regina says she evicted her niece and her friend for not paying the rent.
Who's Miss Gonzalez?
Me.
Is this your aunt?
Yes, it is.
You're Miss Martinez?
Yes.
Well, you can step up here. You're a co-plaintiff.
Okay.
You needed a place to stay for one reason or another because you couldn't live at home.
Yes.
You called your aunt. She took you into her house.
Mm-hmm.
Not only did she take you into her house, according to your complaint, but you also brought a couple of friends along.
Uh-huh. She said it was okay for them, they could.
Oh, so that was very nice of her,
Uh-huh.
right? Now, all the time that you were living there, you didn't pay rent. You didn't pay for food, right?
Right.
You didn't pay for gas, right?
Right.
You didn't pay for electric.
Right.
You didn't pay for your phone.
Right.
Nor did your friends,
No.
right?
Right.
Now she finds herself on the other end of a lawsuit because you say, now you're going to tell me why you're suing your aunt.
Because we just want our stuff back. We just want our clothes back. We didn't want to sue her for money or anything, but she didn't want to give it back. So, you know, we didn't have no agreement to pay rent. We offered to pay her rent, and she said, okay, well, I told her when we found the job. How did she expect us to pay rent? She knew we didn't have no job.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
How old are you?
18.
Why do you expect this lady to support you?
She was only living there for 3 days, even if she was getting Social Security. I mean, 3 days? Come on.
How long did you live there?
For less than a week.
No.
How long did you live there?
A month. She stayed a month. Her and her sister stayed a month.
You mean
In
this
my
young
home.
lady's sister?
Candace and her sister stayed a month.
Her
She
sister wasn't
supposed
even
to
going
give
to
me
live there.
$100 out of her Social Security check on the 4th.
She told me to tell her. Why couldn't she
No.
tell her to give her the $100?
Well, just a second. So that there was an arrangement so that she would be at least recompensed some money.
Agreement to just, we offered.
Put your hand down. You're the boyfriend? Huh?
Yes.
Listen, I read these papers. You don't want to come up here.
Okay.
Because if you come up here, then I'm going to find out how much you contribute to the house. So I would suggest you sit there. Right? Because I have a feeling,
legal.
madam,
Everything's
that everybody
legal.
takes advantage of you.
Yeah, they do. A lot.
Well, that's not too smart. Now, what kind of junk did they leave behind?
They left This is the stuff that she left behind. Sanitary napkins, her underwear, a few underwear, shorts, shirts. Ain't worth $192. None of it.
Okay.
A binder with her diary.
Would you just transfer
and
that
letters.
merchandise, please?
And
She
letters.
has no dresses.
Okay, she kept our winter formal dresses because we had just left high
Just a
school.
second. Now you got that stuff, and you got your album. Now, what else do you say your aunt has?
She has our dresses from our winter formal and our prom. She even tried them on in front of us and asked us how she looked in them.
What do you mean your?
No.
Your?
My prom dress, my winter formal dress, and my sister's winter formal dress.
Just a second. I'm not interested in your sister. Your sister's not here.
She wasn't able to.
Why did you leave your dress at her house?
I left them for her to try on because she was supposed to wear them to a party.
Impossible.
Yeah, impossible.
Y'all listen to me.
You should have saw the
Listen
way
to
they
me.
looked on her.
Impossible. I'm looking at you, I'm looking at her. There's no way she's going to get into your dress. I mean, not that you don't have a lovely figure, you do. It's just different figure from hers.
She got in, but we couldn't get her out.
Listen to me. Have you seen her dress?
I've seen them when she showed me them the first day, and I told her I thought it was cute of them to think they would fit me. The dresses would not fit me.
Have you seen their dresses after she moved out of the house?
No. No.
Why would you leave your dress in the house?
Because I was supposed to go back and get them.
Well, no, that's not an answer. I've already told you that I consider this whole lawsuit very ungrateful on your part.
Why couldn't she just give us our stuff back? We went over there with the cops and everything. She didn't.
You
want
went
to
over
give
with the
back.
cops?
What did
To
she
your
want to
aunt's
beat
house?
me up?
Who opened her door and let you in the house and said, here's my home, here's my food, here's my everything?
Well, she could give us our clothes. We were going to leave it. We got along fine until she didn't want to give us our stuff back.
You just, listen. Are you double talking me? Do I look dumb to you?
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
I still don't understand why you believe it was appropriate to sue your aunt, because you're not out of dress, according to you, who spent a lot of money on you. You lived there, according to this, 3 months, right?
4 months.
Right?
Yes.
4 months? She fed you?
I was there for 3 months. Yes.
4 months.
She fed you?
Yes.
Good. Your case is dismissed. Now, you want to prove to me that she has your dress?
Well, the boyfriend over there probably sold them at his garage sale, so.
Excuse me.
Just a second.
We don't need money, honey.
That's speculation. She says she doesn't have them. Madam, you can't constantly be a sucker. Do you understand?
Yes.
You understand?
I'm not doing this
That
anymore
means
for families.
for anybody.
Anyone.
For anybody. This case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Can we leave the stuff here, Chum?
Back door to your right.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
Step forward, please.
27-year-old Carolyn Oshrin is suing 31-year-old Frank Stimson for assault. Carolyn alleges she suffered injuries after Frank hit her during a traffic dispute. He says she kicked him first.
Order. All rise. Quiet, please. Now, this is case number 233 on the calendar in the matter of Oshrin versus Stimson. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Have a seat, ma'am, sir.
All right, this case involves a traffic dispute. Miss Oshrin, you look like an otherwise intelligent lady. Got yourself involved with this dispute.
Mm-hmm.
You want to tell me about it, please?
It was Saturday night, and I was going to get dinner for my husband. I was waiting at a left-hand turn on Sherman Way, which is a busy street.
What kind of a car were you driving?
I was driving a rental car. It was a little Mercury Mystique, I believe. And I was sitting there waiting for traffic to go. There was 2 more cars that needed to go by. It was a little distance between, but not enough. And while I was sitting there, another car came up and started blaring on the horn at me. Didn't let off, so I waited, made my turn. The car tailgated me and followed me into the parking lot where I was going, which was another left in there. And so I turned down the first row of cars, you know, trying to go where I needed to go and get out of the way. And started to go towards the right, and car, you know, kind of punched it a little bit to the right, so I just stopped, figuring, go around me. I'm not moving. And I had
And it was the same car that had been
yeah,
blowing
it was the same one
the
tailgating
horn.
me.
What kind of car was that?
Well, I couldn't tell until it was later, and it was a '81 Toyota truck.
Truck?
Little pickup. It was small.
Driver.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
And so anyway, then I
when I stopped, I had a dog in the car that I was trying to adopt. And so I checked on the dog just because she's nervous anyway. And when I looked up, there was, the defendant was walking down towards me, towards my car. So I locked the door, and he came up, kneeled down, and told me I got my license from a Cracker Jack box. And so he kneeled there for a second, paused, he got up, and leaned forward and spit through the crack I had in my window, in my face. So, and then he turned around and walked back, and I got out to get his license plate. His car was parked like maybe an inch off of mine, and what I could see, there was no plate. So I started to walk back, and when I started to walk, he turned around again, and so I yelled at him for spitting in my face, and he turned around and we ended up in a kicking fight. He started kicking me, so I kicked him back, and finally I just, I didn't kick it, but I pushed the door with my foot, because it was at an angle, and he was on one side, and it pushed him back into the truck. So I went back to my car, and as I was walking back to the car, he came up and grabbed me by the shoulder and kind of pushed me and started to beat up the car, tried kicking my car. Then he turned around and came at me again. So, he ended up spitting in my face. So I was holding him back because he was walking at me. And by the time we kind of did like a circle and came back by the car, and the car was on the side of me. So I was, while I'm holding him back, there was a girl that came walking down from the other side, quickly at us. So I glanced at her, and when I glanced at her, he hit me in the jaw. So.
And then what happened?
Well, my head went that way, and then I turned around and I ducked. And when I did that, I ended up ripping his shirt because I was still holding. And somebody grabbed my arm, for the other direction. So I went that way, and when I looked up, he had 4 or 5 people holding him back. So I went back again to try to get the license plate, and I guess they let him go because I was probably about halfway down there, and he came back and he started pushing me, and I walked like a big circle to the back, and finally got the plate, and he turned around and left once he realized, I guess, what I got.
All right. What kind of medical costs did you have?
I've got chiropractic and for my jaw. It was actually, it's a specialist. He went through 2 referrals to get to it. He wants, together they're like 44, 60 something, 64 right now. Here's another one. This goes with it. That's all, everything. The bill's right behind it.
I have a lot of questions to ask you.
Okay.
The first one that comes to my mind, as a woman, if some nut comes up to your car and you know that he's been tailgating you, and I don't think that there's any question that he was tailing you, because I read your complaint and I read his answer. So common sense suggests to me he was annoyed, honking his horn. You live in California? It's surprising. People in California don't blow their horns a lot. People in New York blow their horns if you're, delayed a split second. Here, everybody sort of hangs out and gives you a chance. I found the drivers here very polite. So, where are you from?
California.
Well, you didn't learn the rules, sir. The rules are you're not supposed to honk your horn.
I beeped my horn briefly. I did not lay on the horn.
I didn't say lay on the horn. I said honk your horn. You honked your horn.
Yes, I did. If someone sits at a green light with no oncoming cars for a good 10 to 15 seconds, they either have car problems or they're just ignorant.
Well, maybe she had car problems.
She obviously didn't.
I'll get to you in a minute. It's going to be interesting. I'm not finished with you yet because I'm trying to figure out whether you have all your screws.
Okay.
He comes up to your car, says something that is, it's aggressive. It's aggressive because he stopped his car, he's gotten out of his car, he's approached your car, and you don't know whether he's a nut, right? Somebody dangerous, or just a flake, right? You have your window open a little bit. According to you, he spits in your face. And you get out of the car?
Yeah, I did.
Who are you?
I'm Dan Moran. I witnessed what happened that night.
Wonderful. Perfect. You would agree with me, Mr. Moran, that that's pretty stupid.
That was my first question.
Perfect. For that, you don't have an answer.
No. Well, I want his plate.
Your life is more important than his license plate.
True.
And then, after he's put his hands on you, after he struck you in the jaw, after all of that, you still wanted his plate.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I want to tell you something. Somebody spits at me, and you would have had a lot more than a couple of scratches on your body. A lot!
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 27-year-old Carolyn Oshrin is suing 31-year-old Frank Stimson for assault during a traffic dispute. Frank admits he insulted Carolyn, but denies her allegations of assault.
Now, your version.
I drove up to the light. She was at the light in front of me, a green light. No traffic was oncoming at that time. I waited for about 10 to 15 seconds. I beeped my horn briefly. She pulled forward approximately 5 to 10 feet and slammed on her brakes. I waited, kind of scratched my head and said, wow, what's that about? She pulled forward through the intersection after that, and when she got into the crosswalk on the other side, she slammed on her brakes again. I sat in the middle of the street with the car coming towards the passenger side of my car, and then the same thing happened again in the next driveway. She consistently tried to get me to rear-end her.
No, she wasn't. She was probably trying to irritate you. This lady, what do you think? She's a scam artist? She's trying to get you to rear-end her? No, she was trying to irritate you like you irritated her.
She's driving a rental car. She doesn't care about the car. She wants money. That's why we're here.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Let me hear.
When we got in the parking lot, she moved along at a snail's pace.
Just a second. How many lanes are there in the parking lot?
There's one going forward and one going the opposite way.
So there's only one way that you could have gone? Is that what you're telling me? Because there's a witness here.
Yes. There's
only one lane that you can go to.
No, I was following her because I wanted to ask her why she was trying to get me to hit her.
That's right. So you were following her?
At that point, yes.
Okay. Why were you following her?
Why was I following her? Because we were both happened to be going the same way at the time. I was going in to develop some film. I don't know why she pulled in the parking lot.
Just a second. You don't... Stupid isn't written here. You just told me that you were following her. That's what you told me. You could have avoided the confrontation by just going in a different direction. So, you stopped your truck, and you got out of your truck, and you walked over to her side, to the driver's window. And what happened at the driver's window?
I had asked her if she got her driver's license out of a Cracker Jack box.
And she said?
She didn't say anything. She just stared at me and laughed.
And what did you do?
I laughed back. I told her that she was kind of a ridiculous driver, acting like a child, and she should go get a real driver's license.
Did you spit at her?
No, I did not.
Oh, I think you're lying.
I did not. I may have used lots of profanity, but I did not spit at her.
What do you may have used lots of profanity?
I was kind of upset. Anytime someone tries to get rear-ended, something's wrong with them. I told her what I thought.
She wasn't trying to get rear-ended, sir.
She was. If you do this 5 to 6 times, slam on your brakes, that's not normal.
You know what's not normal? Not normal is looking for trouble. Now,
that's what she was doing.
No. Listen to me. Yes. You started it. She continued it. Right?
Okay.
Is that right? You were annoyed that he honked his horn. Correct?
Yeah, I was annoyed.
So that when you got to the intersection, when you made your turn, and he was following you, you figured, I'm going to give him a little bit of agita. And you slowed down. Is that right?
I went slow because it wasn't far to turn.
Yeah. And you went slow because you knew that he was behind you. That's what happened. Right?
Yeah, but there's another lane there, too, so...
I understand that. He could have gone around you.
Yeah.
He didn't want to. So you were being dumb.
Okay.
And he was being dumb. So, I don't think you would have gotten out of your car if he had not spit at you.
Nope.
Because there would have been no basis for her, sir, to try at that point to get your plate. None whatsoever. So I believe that you spit at her while using profanity. Now...
I used lots of profanity.
Step up here, sir.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
know this lady?
No, I don't.
Do you know this gentleman?
No, I don't.
I'm going to settle this right now. Tell me what you saw.
When I was finished doing my shopping there in the center, I have a convertible car, so I saw everything. It was very unusual. They were making a left turn into the parking lot from Sherman Way into the driveway. It's a very short distance. I see these two cars come in, and the guy was no further than this far behind her, bumper, right on her butt, right on the bumper. He gets out, and at first I'm thinking, well, is this like from a movie? It's like, it was so surreal that, well, it must be a couple, they must be fighting, a domestic dispute, something like that. But what happened, this guy gets out of his car and starts screaming at her. She's got a little crack like that in the window. And I'm like, what is this? And he spits at her, puts a big old loogie on her. And at first I said, well, when I saw her get out of the car, I thought, well, it must be a domestic thing. Hey, I got on the cell phone. I called the police right away. And then all of a sudden, there's 5 other guys on top of this dude trying to restrain him from beating her up. I don't blame her for jumping out of her car. This guy was totally out of control, very out of line. So
see what happens? Sometimes you have an independent witness, sir.
He is not an independent witness.
Oh,
nobody put their hands on me.
Just a
but
second.
Her.
Just a second.
I should be able to state the rest of my case.
I'm going to let you. I just want you to listen to him before you state the rest of your case.
How close
he doesn't
was he?
know. He doesn't know.
How can he see any of this?
He just told you. He was in his convertible car. He saw exactly how you came in. Is that right, sir?
The cars were no further than the edge of that table there.
Were you?
I was right to the right side of it. So I saw all
And you were the one who called the police?
From my cell phone, yeah.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You ought to go on the women's wrestling team, man. You have a nice day.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 27-year-old Carolyn Oshrin and Frank Stimson are in court after a traffic dispute turned violent. Both motorists claim they were assaulted during their argument in a parking lot.
Mr. Stimson, tell me the rest of your case, sir.
Okay, so when I started walking away after I gave her a piece of my mind, not my lungs, I started walking away. She exited her car, ran towards me. I backed up. She ran over and kicked the side of my truck. I said, if that's what you want to do, I went over and kicked her car. She said, it's not my car anyway, ha, 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 and started yelling and screaming at me. She came at me. She tried to kick me approximately 20 to 30 times, at least, swinging at me. At one point, she got a hold of my shirt, and she socked me in the face. At that point, and only at that point, did I raise a hand, and I pushed her away to try to get away from her. And I have a witness sitting right here who watched the whole thing also.
Step up. Name?
Marcia Gerard. We were just like, we were turning left, and it was a long time before she did turn. And she did make a couple of breaks before she entered the driveway, and then stopped at the crosswalk. Then we followed her in, or Frank followed her in, turned left, and followed right behind her. He did get out of the car, went to her, and I...
Just a second. Now, you're in the car. What is he saying to you as he's pulling up behind her?
He's just saying, what is wrong? You know, is there something wrong with this lady or
no,
the person?
Exactly what is he saying? I don't think that this man said, I wonder what's wrong with this lady.
No, he did. He said, what is wrong? Does she not go, or is she sick or something? Is there something wrong?
He thought she might be sick. Is that what you're telling me?
Or else she's injured or something. I mean, she would not go. He honked the horn a couple of times.
So he thought she might be injured. So he ran up to the car and, according to him, said, did you get your license from a Cracker Jack box? Yes. He didn't go up to the car and say, are you all right?
No.
So he wasn't so concerned that she was sick. Because that's what you would do if somebody is sick. Well, are you an intelligent woman?
Yes, I am.
Did you say to him, Frank, don't get out of the car. This isn't worth... What are you getting out of the car for? Did you say that to him?
No.
Why not?
I just figured he'd handle it himself.
Sir.
One important fact that hasn't been brought up yet, this clown, after he assaulted this woman, this clown left the scene.
I was the one that was assaulted,
He left the scene. He drove away as the police were arriving and went home, I guess, and made the call because the police got the call because he knew he had screwed up and filed a claim against her, which is totally wrong.
It's so easy when you have an eyewitness who's not related to anybody. What kind of work do you do, sir?
I work in retailing as a business consultant.
Well, first of all, sir, I thank you for coming to court today. Too often citizens who see something happen don't participate in the process.
I felt it was my civic duty, ma'am.
You waited for the police?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Stayed through the whole thing. She was traumatized.
Well, I want to tell you something. She may be traumatized, but she's not smart.
Well,
She was just lucky
Yes.
that he didn't have more than his spit
Yeah.
to hurl at her.
Yeah.
Because he might have, and then she would have been in real trouble.
Very true.
So I hope, madam, that you learned a lesson. A car is a dangerous thing. You don't use it to get even. You don't use it to, you just don't do that. It's not smart. But if you're involved in a dispute with somebody, whether you're a man or a woman, you stay in your car. And if you have a phone in your car, terrific. Otherwise, you drive around and look for a police officer or for somebody else and say, could you please call 911? You don't get out of your car, because otherwise you wind up with that sort of injury.
True.
I would like to say I've got pictures. Now, I was the one attacked here, and if your statement is so correct, why don't you state what you really saw as far as the altercation went, to where a man is backing away from a woman and a woman is coming at him aggressively, swinging, kicking, and flailing. Thank you.
Judge, just answer me.
Obviously, this man was filled with road rage. And it's very obvious. The way that he pulled in right on, it was so weird.
Does
you see someone
pulling
pulling
in
a
have
car?
anything to do with
Excuse me,
physical
I have
abuse?
the floor.
Just a
Excuse
second.
me.
Did you see her assault him?
No, not at all.
Did you see anybody kick a car?
You're at fault here, fella.
Did
you see anybody
stop
kick a
fighting
car?
with each other. Listen to me. I heard enough.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
You're suing him for $5,000. You're counterclaiming for $2,000.
Yes.
You, sir.
Would you like to see the physical abuse? I've got pictures.
Oh, sure. I'll take a look at
many
your pictures.
scratches.
I'll take a look
and
at your pictures.
abrasions.
I'll take a look at your picture, sir. I want to tell you something. Somebody spits at me, and there isn't a question in my mind that you spit at her. Somebody did it to me. You would have had a lot more than a couple of scratches on your body. A lot.
Yeah. That's fine.
Judgment
If I
in this
had
case is
spit
for the
at-
plaintiff in
if
the
I
amount of
had spit at her.
$5,000, and the countersuit is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Thank you.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
Sandoval versus Gentry. Step forward, please.
Welcome back to my vlog. तो गाइस जैसे कि आप देखो मैंने यूनिफॉर्म पहना हुआ है स्कूल के कपड़े, तो स्कूल जाने के लिए तैयार हो गए। पेपर था आज, तो पेपर देने के लिए जाना है। छुट्टी जल्दी हो जानी है। गर्मी ऊपर आया हूँ, अभी गर्मी तो ज़्यादा है। सुबह सुबह ही बहुत ज़्यादा गर्मी हो जाती है, तो पेपर दे के इंशाल्लाह जल्दी घर आ जाना है। 10:30 बजे छुट्टी हो जानी है। और कबूतर वगैरह ठीक है, आप दिखते हैं। कबूतर ठीक है, खाना पानी मैं चेंज कर गया हूँ आगे यूनिफॉर्म डालने से पहले। मुर्गे भी ठीक है, और जो उनसे इधर चूज़े हैं वो भी ठीक हैं। ये दीवार कर दी थी कल को, और ये आगे कपड़ा डाला के छाँव रहे, धूप आ रही है यहाँ से सामने। और जो उनसे मुर्गे बीमार थे उन लोगों को देखते हैं, दवाई वगैरह दे दी है मैंने। इधर ही ये रही है एक ब्लैक वाली, और दूसरी वाली को देखते हैं। दूसरी भी ठीक है। बाकी छत की सफाई आप देख सकते हैं होने वाली है, गंद पड़ा हुआ सारी इधर भी। और ये सामने सूरज आ रहा है कि बहुत ज़्यादा गर्मी। क्यारी को भी पानी लगा दिया था रात को ही। बाकी अभी मैं जा रहा हूँ स्कूल, तो स्कूल से आके इंशाल्लाह आपसे मिलते हैं। अभी नीचे जाके नाश्ता वगैरह करते हैं, फिर इंशाल्लाह स्कूल से आके मैं आपसे मिलता हूँ। तो गाइस जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं, मैं स्कूल से वापस आ गया था। तकरीबन 1 घंटा हो गया, तो स्कूल से वापस आ गया था। ऊपर आया हूँ, गर्मी बहुत ज़्यादा है। ये मुर्गी बाहर छोड़ दी हमें, और इधर वाले मुर्गे के भी देखते हैं, कबूतर भी देखते हैं। और पहले इधर वाले मुर्गे देखते हैं जो बीमार थे। ये भी ठीक है, ये भी ठीक है, मुर्गे सारे ठीक है। दाना पानी है, अभी सुबह चेंज किया था। और मुर्गे वगैरह ठीक हैं, अंडा दिया हुआ है इन्होंने। और कबूतर भी ठीक है, दाना पानी चेंज कर दी है। तो छत पे गरारा बहुत है, इंशाल्लाह सफाई करवाएंगे कल या परसों को। गर्मी बहुत ज़्यादा, कपड़े वगैरह चेंज कर लिए थे। अभी गर्मी बहुत लग रही है, नीचे चलते हैं तो फिर आपसे मिलूँगा शाम से। नाश्ता वगैरह कर लिया था सुबह ही, तो सोता हूँ जाके भी, नींद वगैरह पूरी करते हैं अपनी, तो फिर मैं आपसे मिलता हूँ। कल को फिर टेस्ट है, गर्मी की छुट्टियाँ भी आ रही हैं, इंशाल्लाह जल्दी फिर गांव जाएंगे तो फिर आपसे मुलाकात होगी वहाँ पर।